You find it so difficult. People that have different mind. For those of you just joining us online, welcome again to Closing Argument. Let me say thanks to our production team. We are on Real TV. We are online. You can on Real TV and Closing Argument Facebook page, so you can join us and follow the conversation tonight. We still waiting on our team of panelists to join us here shortly. But before the guys and join us in the next 5 minutes, just brushing around some things so we can yeah, so we can be talking about it here tonight on to our people on this platform. So there are certain people and knows that into their hearts. You cannot just beat them easily and just carry on some of the wrong things you've been doing uh, 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 for the past should I say 18 years, because some of them been a person anytime. The same system they've been carrying on. That's the very same system with the news. So that different lawmakers in this time, because brother, there are some new people into that house, reputable people with high characters, well established. And people that into that place that were established. How can you beat these people down with your corruption? Your seeing system is again that this system will use to move the other person from the committee, will use the other system to move the person from um from being speaker. So they keep using it, they keep using it. People that follow rules and regulation, they follow law and order. Or you don't know, right, when you're voting or going to place certain point in a certain position, you don't know that or reading your regulation. You don't know that or going through it words by words to study it to know that, because at the end of the day, they know very well that you will come up, because I know in a sense they know that they say that people will come after me. They will say, oh, we want to remove this man, or they want to remove me from here. So let me start reading our own regulation. Let me start studying it. Let me start studying it from now up to the day they start thinking about it, they will get into the real battle. Don't you know you're not thinking of such? Or is that thought that maybe they were the other people there who you elected, and after a few months you say, I will remove you. And in Jallah, they went to the took the book and lay the rules and regulations down. They didn't look at it until their own certain catch up with them. You think that some people? No. So people are into that place. We have, we are divided the country onto every area. We police. Yeah, we police it. Our people just going on with their normal activities when I'm in this country, and they break. If God can bless them, what they have, forget it. What they want to see, they receive it. That's all. But looking at the impact of the government, looking at the impact of their leaders, some of them are really feeling the impact. We are entering into year 2 already. We are entering into year 2. So are we going to be on Rick with this thing until we enter into the following year? So it's not going to affect, it's not going to make any impact for the common man. The old man are going to the market to sell her potato green. That man who is pushing weed, no impact. The current weak marijuana argument is there for you people. It's just a money you people. Setting this agreement or setting people down on setting committee, not making certain, want setting money and they put certain people there. Certain things supposed to be done there, and other people don't want it to be done because the fees that when it's done, their names will come out. So all these things you try to fight it, and because we are fighting it, it then start to affect the common man. It's not going to change. It's not going to make impact for the teachers' salary. It's not going to make impact for the police. It's not going to make impact for our nurses. No impact is going to make. Frankly speaking, it is not. You know very well. It is not. It is not going to make it. You just want to score your political, your political grade and say, oh yes, we move the other person again, and you make your money. You sign for your 50,000. You sign for your 25,000. You sign for your 100. Some of the guys in the house they have disappointed our people, man. People are so too disappointed. The people can even wait for the 2029. They can't wait. Yeah, so they're going election. And the Liberians, people tend to show up with the anger. And what they're going to do again this time around? They will come out again. You will not do your work. They'll vote you people out. Definitely. So they don't feel like they put no more on that and we'll do the one for you, you know, that rest and campaigning thing no more. They will eat your money and vote you out. People start looking for ways to see how best how they can impact their life positively. You know, keep doing this one thing over and over. Be arranging certain people and be making money. Be arranging certain family, be earning all the money. You think the people will not doing it? No. They will eat your money and then take it out. So we need to put this politics that everything we produce has it. That's why I said death. Can you imagine if someone died? That viewers will take politics, we produce has the death of that person. Forget to know that that person's family they are going through pain. You are taking a different way. May their soul rest in peace. The guys in for now were involved in an accident again for Nima County. People started dragging that stuff again. Politics. Do you know what their family is going through? If you don't have anything to say about them, they just disregard it. You forget about it. We have to divide this country until we have two speakers in the country. Even the movement of our former president. See, have you seen the movement of the former president? Some of you guys, have you seen the movement? You see former president when he come for a movie, have you seen it? You think that it's the president coming? That's how we made the country. That's how the country is setting now. Everything in the country are tutu. Because people have politicized, they have divided. They're not trying to close those homes and see how we can bring unity, peace among our people. But they are separating us more. They're making more division. All right, so we're hoping for our team to join us. We try to say our best. What our team of panelists they can join us shortly. We will soon be joined by Dr. Henry Peabody will soon join us on the show. So we still waiting on them to join us. We did this on afternoon. We saw communication from the executive production. Is that the EPS? So we saw the communication from the you know the EPS about I think for the dismissal of a full EPS officer. And I don't know. There's something that said we don't even we don't even need to place something out. We don't even need to place some things now. So there are some communication yet if it just different for you to put it out. Don't feel that you want to score political grade. That lie. Because some of the I know some things that you can say they don't put it up so the pocket not working. It is missing for begging. Say it is missing for begging. Does that thing make sense? you know, to say with this missing for begging, we have that stuff with the EPS, right? Yeah, so you can put them on the screen for me. For begging, you know what you're saying? Some teenager different in the corner. They don't even bother to say, oh, that made news out of this thing. Do you know what it means? Do you know what do you know what it means to place the executive? That word, the executive. The executive. The executive, that word Do you know what it stands? What it means when you see the executive? Security security in which you provide, that in which you train, security that you train to protect the executive. You train the securities to protect the executive. And now you are seeing that they are being dismissed or being suspended for begging. So what you doing, or what you are doing, that you allow them to go all the way as far as to beg, to go on the street and even beg people who you say you train. So I think that should go to the labor ministry to have to work on this thing here. We need to put ourselves together. I think we need to invite sometimes our labor ministry will have to, come in and hear some of these things and to find out, what's went wrong, what's happening. To hear the executive, the EPX, who serve to protect the executive, to hear them, the people go out to beg. So what exactly are you doing? How are you impacting the life? What's the salary? What's the salary? When last have they been paid? What's the stipend? All this promoting attached to them, because these people have been trained to protect, to mind the executive, and going as far now as begging. To not go and just come up with a political news or your school grade, you say, oh, with the mates, then the people, for begging this and other stuff, then come up with the facts. How long have you paid them? How long you owing them for? They don't know. We hope to get some of the guys in on Monday to appear on the show. They will give you the story. They will tell you some of the assigned to the executive, how they go maybe 4 to 5 months. So what do you expect to get, man? How do you expect to go feed your family? The man leave his house early in the morning by 5:30, because that's the time I can start seeing some of the guys in. Most of them are rushing coming to work in the morning hour between 5:30 to 6. You see the guys there with a bag and what on the back. 5:30, 5:45, 5 o'clock in the morning, they're leaving the houses to go out. Our people, the labor practice, that's the labor ministry said, need to visit every agency, ministry, and find out, because this thing getting very serious. Sometimes school, political viewing the people because you want to make news or work, yeah, now when they're begging for this and other thing, so because they're begging, so they put this miss there. Let's go in the Isa stories, good and knows why were they dismissed? How long have you? How many months gone you haven't paid them yet? What's the salary there? Who money those are stands with the VIP? What are they getting? What are they earning? No, it's serious, though. It will, maybe people don't understand. It's serious. To hear people that will carry the go training, because the Executive Protection Service, the EPS, or training, especially to in terms of provide security service to the executive, and to hear that they're going as far as begging. That's serious thing. When you take the law and put it on your head and think that you the best for all. Some of the snaps you don't expect to see or the face that it comes your way sometimes. Our government took this responsibility. Like, yeah, we're going out there for change. We're going out there for transformation. Your vote ups. The changes will come. The salaries, whatsoever, or the life of everybody will develop this, that. But you ever having an executive, the EPS officers begging already. So I want to think about the police. I want to talk about the police. So other securities agency assign that just EPS maybe just back up because the leaders wanted to score a political, agree or score on them, but it's too poor. It's very, very poor. Poor in your sense that what are you doing to develop the life of these people? We're checking on it. This is someone to the executive. It's just around something like $200. Go check it out. They'll tell you. All right, folks. So I'm waiting on the rest of the team to join me. Shorty Peabody is on the standby already. The show run for now straight up to 12 o'clock tonight. So at 12, we'll be leaving you people. But let's go to the line to pick up a few calls while we still wait on our team of panelists to join us. Just join us tonight on the closing argument. Yeah, on Truth FM 96.1. Call me on 777-28-5961. Add the numbers for you to call 0777 285961. We're discussing our country though. It's not easy thing. This country, look, when you wake up in the morning hour, every time there's a different news. That's a different news for this country. Anytime you go to bed, you wake up this morning. And for some of us, we can start, we can wake up in the middle of the night by 4:35. Go straight to the internet to start finding out what's happening, what's going on. Good morning.
Hello?
Yeah, good morning. Good evening, rather. Excuse me. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening. How are you, sir?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, my name is Jallah. I call from PNC.
Let's hear
I
you.
just joined you, and I heard you talking about the EPS officers that were suspended
Yeah.
because they're allegedly begging.
Mm-hmm.
And I heard you say, how long has it been since they have not paid them or other things? But I think even if they have not paid them for a long time, it's a dangerous thing to have a security who would be begging. Because the thing out there is that they will compromise their profession.
So for that reason, don't owe them. So for that reason, don't owe them. So for that reason, don't owe them. For that reason, you have to meet up with their needs. For that reason, you have to be in that space every time. Because why you say you don't want to compromise, right?
I agree with you.
Thank you.
We don't know what is status with respect to their payment.
All right. This is what. Yes.
Especially, when you tell you, I don't know where they were, but let's assume some of them went to the president's house.
Mm-hmm.
And every time they see a PRP coming, they are asking for something from somebody.
Mm-hmm.
You know what it means? The security can easily be penetrated.
Mm-hmm.
So as a professional man, if you think the job is not good for you, if the job is not treating you well, if I were any of them and I found myself in that position, what I would rather do is to resign. It's to resign instead of risking myself. Because it's better you resign than to be dismissed or suspended because they say you were taking. It damages your reputation.
Okay.
So I think that's the best thing I would do. Thank you for the time.
Okay, that's good. 0777 285961 calls tonight, and let's hear for you. What's just it shouldn't just I just want to just cut across what's on your mind generally. You think our country on the closing argument that you think we need to put in place. Even the hot saga, you can also talk about it. Let's just hear from you. 777-285961. The way you said, my brother, I said, the professional man, especially in the state area, and to find them begging, it's very dangerous. It's very, very bad. They can compromise anything,
Hello.
anytime. Good evening.
Good evening, sir. How are you?
Yes, sir.
Fine. I'm happy you can cry from District 6.
Yeah, Matthew.
Yeah, for the topic on discussion, it's very sorry for our senior officer. But for where they serving
Mm,
to find them in the situation of begging,
mm,
it's sorry. Now you are the private security because it will be beyond. The people in that bureau, they like security, but they don't support security. That's the problem. You can be a security for your executive. How much time do people taking Nigeria to meet up with that need? You share your money to do other things, taking care of your own need. Somebody that money you, that the first person you will be a priority because they got you with them.
mm.
Yes. You get a security man is somebody you wish that somebody will very take care of good. But in Liberia, people only want to use security as a good. You're running all behind them. Seeing the money, when you see the money, you will think like security guy. You protecting somebody, you only pay peanut debt. They get a back in the give you.
Mm-hmm.
But they pay, you will see them pay with millions of dollars
Mm-hmm.
every day. When you go to see your hunger, you work, you want to go to work, you want to come, you don't even get nothing done. They don't really man working, somebody working on what I pay. You need your own man, what you get.
Yeah.
So the thing is, think about the
Okay.
people serving them now. They really need to do something. There's no for the people who are working with. Of course, that's how other way, but it's not good for them.
Very, very embarrassing. And I always tell people, never play with your never play with your data, never play with your security, and never play with your cook. So you see, your cook, your security, your data. These people are major people. They are major people working directly. They are part and parcel of you. They are part of your life. They are part of you. Your security, your director, your cook. That's people who part of you. So we want people. That's why I say the labor ministry have to check some of the things out. Yeah. How can the security go out fine? Because if you just in the EPS, you don't know what happened to the security sector. You don't know what's going on. You don't know what happened in the police. Uh, yeah, like, visit some of the agencies to know what's going on. Walk away from the noise, please. It's not good for us. I'll cut you off. It's not good for us. The feedback not good. I keep saying walk away from the noise. So your cook, your security, your doctor, these people are people who your drivers are people who know driver, people who you have to hold. The matter leave your house by 5 o'clock in the morning and go sit to your house early in the morning from 5 all the up to 6 until you wake up. Can you imagine? To pick you up from your house to your office. The matter get up early in the morning to face your breakfast and start facing food for you. That cook. That's the girl that to stay all night. So for them to say executive, because people were trained to protect the executive. So JB, what's going on with you people there? I thought about things they say, I say that's not news for they can post the what is made. Oh my god. Anyway, good evening.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm Alfred Giver from the pipeline.
Yeah, that's hear you, Chief.
Yeah, my concern had been drawing to the level of the security that you're talking of, where the guys in the hierarchy they don't get time for us in the area that we are serving. I am one of the member of the defunct AFL. You know they are paying us 7,000. They call it how they call it salary or you call it pension pay.
7,000 what? 7,000 US.
7,000 LD. How do we send our children to school? Yeah, it's abandon us, but they're taking all the corruption money, taking the 40 one another. When I heard you talking about guys in the studio, in the house, 40 one another, what is it? Something they are very corrupt. They not got time for the masses. They're hurting us down the line. We are suffering. 7,000. That send your child to school. It's just only $35 US dollar. Like say you pay us. No AFL, no former AFL making more than $35. Ask anybody. Now they are paying us. All the now we have not got anything. Look at sitting close to the time.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thanks for calling. Good evening. We're still waiting on the team to join us. We hope that the Peabody will soon join us shortly tonight. The closing argument. The panelists, we're still waiting on you guys. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is what you're calling from.
Yeah, you're ready.
Yeah, I want to tell you thank you this evening for something. You know, my suffering, like our labor law is not correct. Liberian people, they not for people that work for them. That's why I was serious. I hear some callers then saying that the people then they have oppression, they not supposed to pay. But my son, yourself, look at Liberia. Look at the way the country is looking. Look at the way the country is looking, security, they cry. And we know the people, the particular person, our president, who not know that baby, what are you trying to say? Don't you know we big? Don't you know we big? See the kind of money they put share in the country yet. I want level not correct. That I was speaking to you, my son. I took care of one woman. The woman is not the 7 years. I was thinking about it. 4 years. Just because for me to get sleepy place. The woman gets no trouble. You know what they did to me? My son to my surprise. They brought somebody from the family to marry a woman. They tell me to sleep the place. 4 years. 3 more I spent taking care of that woman. Then my time she was dead. She was 93. And now she's 97 years. I spent all my time in this particular place. Why? Just to my surprise to bring somebody. They go, I think they go money making 2 weeks that I should leave the place. They bring somebody to manage that. So Liberia labor, the labor law is not correct in the country. They not care for people. Now what happened to the office for them? So always they wait for them. The way they suspend it, well, I know what time it's suspended for. They share money to people to do all kind of things, but they're not able to carry security money in the country. Sacking people. That's so that they don't within the country that is suffering going through. That was the one law. That only God will help us in this country. Thank you, this evening, ma'am.
Okay, you're welcome. Thanks for calling. Too. So you can have your say right here on the program tonight. Closing argument. And our panelists are already showing. We're getting some signal from the guys. Peabody's already telling us he was short to join us on the show. So we're just talking these things. Then so you can bring it to your attention. Our people, it's not easy. The thing is not easy. This is why I was telling someone, I said the week my rule, the Harara, Wahala, whatsoever going on the Kehleboe Gongloe, it's not about uh you know maybe talking about our teachers, salary, uh, the nurses, the doctors of what salary. It's not about it. It's not about the security salary. They are fighting the muscle in each other. Oh no, it's just about certain individuals not placed to certain able to get money, and and they don't feel satisfied. So it's just among them. It's not for you and I. It is not for you and I. We far from it. Speaker Kufa stay, they see. Speaker Kufa move, they see. The Bona moves no. They jump behind and Eddie Styler. So just see the overhead bridge now, or bridges that you are seeing here that says, or let's see the teachers, or securities are making, making close to $300 to $400 a month. That's it. Nothing. So it just the own game that you see happening. They the security people begging you. The West about security people are begging now, not just ordinary security. But the one that was trained to protect VIP, that the one they begging. So if the one that trained to protect the VIP, they're begging, they start thinking about when I was trained to protect the VIP, the deputy assistant director, and which is the police. They start thinking about it. Start thinking about it. They want to were trained to protect VIP. They didn't want to have to be to the gate. It's not easy to do. They can make copy, they make go home. I been since Sunday. It's a tough. Any car that come there talking. So the money is not used to go equip our hospitals, our clinics, our school, this, that. It's not what the people fighting for. I want to bring to your attention. I want you to get that knowledge of what happening. That it's not about maybe having any positive impact in the life of the ordinary person. Those old men are going to the market with the potato green pin on their head, and the papa then pushing weed, looking for a living for the children and going to school. It's not so. It's not about stopping protest teachers from from protesting. Nurses. It's not about it. It's not. It's not about it. This is why I don't have this thing on mind. They are our leaders. As soon as small thing happen to them, they go to happen. They most of themselves for their plenty money. As soon as they get sick, they fly out of bed. They won't go to the treatment outside. When the children get sick, they see it in the family people. They fly them out. They ain't thinking back a year. They're only here to suppress the ordinary people, the masses. They are only here to send the masses way back into problem, in to make the masses left look left no difficult. US will drop all the way. The US will drop at the end. The things prices stay the same. Things prices out. The passengers and the drivers in there, the traffic making wahala, making noise here and there. They're not even thinking about it. You thinking about it? They are not even thinking about it. The driver, the passengers in the traffic making serious per hour on transportation fare. The woman say about the man say about the transportation drive US rate that drive. There's a gas night been so I think for around 600 or 580. The why you stay charging the amount, it can mean two things that other pay them and I see that's the argument. Things prices are not stable. The people in there fighting among themselves. I say it's not about you and I. If you think you're going to make that positive change, where you say, "Oh yes, Speaker Kufa is out," all our hospitals and clinic, the worker the money coming go up, and the teacher Speaker Kufa will stay. Their own rules and regulations, rules all the what it's all they're just that is what they're just going against, and other person, you're not just going against it, but do everything. That's all. Because people feel that they want to work with certain people and plug them with more money and have the entire system. The whole system be corrupt, the corruption will just overflow the whole system, so they don't work with certain people. That's how they do it. That's just how they do it. Why they fighting for now? Certain people might just sit in certain area where they feel they will just go through them, the whole system, check out the whole system. So don't think that for you and others. If you take a personal feeling, you put it inside, you'll be hurting yourself on that day because it got nothing to do with you and I. We will sit to our houses, we'll cry for good lives, we'll cry for electricity, we'll cry for good medical system, we'll cry for good security system. And the people feel that they're riding the Google cars and have security all by them. They don't care. So you and I shouldn't put our personal feelings into what they are doing. Don't do it. Nothing you are getting, nothing will get from it. 0777 285961. Today's Thursday. Yeah, so we normally do this every Thursday on closing argument. So 077285961 are the numbers for you to call right here. Just have your seat tonight. And as I wait on the team to shut the join me here on Truth FM, and we are broadcasting from Liberia, Pingsville City. This is where the station is located. We say good evening, good afternoon, good morning. For those of you finding us online, this is the closing argument. I'm just brushing you up, keeping you up until the team can join us. Let's talk to the next caller right here. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Emmanuel Barker. I'm calling from Mount Barbie.
Okay, email. Let's hear you.
But thank you for the topic of discussion. You see, the people that the Liberian people thought that they were going to turn the story around.
Mm-hmm.
Turning the story around, the story is turning around them. You see what happened because they are not fighting for the Liberian people. They are fighting for their own self again.
Mm-hmm.
What they're doing now was that how well people in some community that will be getting 10,000.
Yeah.
Why all of them market suffering? My brother, you go into the market, keep cutting the lot of gas coming down, the president is
Mm-hmm.
they are crying, they were crying, they cannot get correction, so people cannot figure out that family are dead, and no representative is standing there to say indeed the people pouring the power, they don't speak on their behalf. Nothing is working with people. Then I won't say again. But anyway, my brother, then like people see what I told people, we see our own color, then we don't know, we'll never there. Thank you, brother.
You're welcome. You're welcome. 077 285961 are the numbers for you to call and we have your closing argument here tonight. We will shortly be joined by our panelists. Good evening.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm still from Wako Junction.
From which junction?
Wako Junction, located in Nampak.
Go ahead. Let's hear you.
Yeah, thank you for the show tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for the conversation tonight. That's the value you are speaking on. The legal law in this country, the people that are talking about what the legal law is very benefit. And it's all in this country. You know, the people there, the only thing, the corruption can build a nation, then that will be money in any other country. Yeah, because the people, what is people do, there are the citizens that can go stand under the action to go vote for them. Then after we finish putting them in power, they don't care for us. They only in the heart for corruption, only being Nigerian in a white, that all of under they care too.
Mm.
That was everybody for them, they don't have time for honor.
Mm-hmm.
The kind of thing that going on in this country, the way you can't get it.
Yeah.
Yeah. The labor ministry, not working.
Okay. The labor ministry need to double up. Our labor system, labor ministry need to double up. They need to double up. Vision agency, the ministries. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm G. Romeo, calling from Lunsta.
Mm-hmm.
We hear that URA is going down. Yeah, URA will go down because those people they are corrupt and then they took the money.
Mm-hmm.
There's no liberty you can find at the world market. So you will see that the URA will go down because it for yourself. At the present, even when you go in the bank,
I got a soft order.
and those people that are in the house, they are not there for the citizen, but they are there for themselves.
Okay.
You see the country today, where you find it, armed robbing, stealing people bags all over because there's no security and they're not paying the security.
Mm.
And when you're not paying the security, the country will be vulnerable. And no investor will be, brave enough to come with their money where the country don't have no security.
Mm.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
yeah,
they're in risks.
Yeah, we're really in risks. Please share the show tonight. For those of you finding us online on the Red TV and the Closing Argument page, please share the show. Yeah, you can invite other people to join you tonight. Good evening. Yes, sir. That sign is not good for me. Yeah, go ahead. I cannot keep you on. The feedback is not good for me. I told you uh, to try to yeah, please walk away from your momentum from your monitor, please. Please walk away from the monitor. All right. If you want to participate, you have to walk away from the NOS. So yeah, we on it tonight. So for those of you who just joining us, we, as I said, we are already getting signal from the team. So they are coming on already. Let's see how best we can go for that break, and after the break, we'll come back. We'll cross over and join the rest of the panelists on the closing argument tonight here on Truth FM.
Hey guys, good to be here. I'm here. You know, good to see everybody. We're here. The guys been doing a great job. Ansu, I'm just trying to bring me on, trying to taste my little food. But Ansu decided to. But guys, good to be here. There's a lot happening tomorrow. I hear the Supreme Court will be ruling tomorrow. Will be ruling tomorrow on the case with Speaker Kofa, and we wait and see what the Supreme Court ruling will be like for tomorrow. Be interesting. The law has to be interpreted. Abu, why you that on tonight? So, did you get the link, Abu? Ethan, also. So, yeah. So we wait to see what's going to happen tomorrow on the Supreme Court ruling. I'm sorry that I'm coming to you late today. I almost didn't think we're going to have a show today, but the Supreme Court ruling that is scheduled to take place on tomorrow. That will be interesting, and we'll see how the law will be play out. But I have confidence in the judicial system. Despite of what has been said, I have confidence in the system. And we look forward to see what's going to happen. But we are here. The others may join us soon. But we're looking forward to a great show here. The happening in Liberia. In fact, today the Front Page Africa published that there was divided side on the Supreme Court, which I expect to happen. Hi, Susan. Good to see you. Which I expect to happen. I expect them to be divided. But even if they are divided, the law is the law. I mean, you can't change it. Even if you don't agree with it, the law is the law. You cannot change it. So we'll see what happens. But it's been almost a month. But yeah, it's my frustration. Though. Okay. Yeah, Kofa, Oliver Kofa is representing the members of the House of Representatives. He's the speaker for them. But our leader is the president, President Joseph Yumabwaka. He's our leader. He's the one that is accountable to us, the Liberian people. Since this whole saga, we have not heard from our leader. He has not come up to speak to the nation, to address the nation on what is unfolding. I think it's important for him as the leader to address the nation on what is unfolding or what is happening in the country. But he has not. He cannot address the nation, but he's sitting there having luxury parties. That's what he's doing. He's having luxury parties. They're bringing, I don't know, what, a dove, an animal on and all those things are expensive. They show how wasteful. I mean, you're having these kind of wasteful spending. Something that you criticized in the past against former President George Weah. You criticized, but you're having luxury party, but you have not mustered the courage to talk to the Liberian people on what is happening in the country. With the House being in such a disarray, you as the leader of the country, it's very, very permanent that you speak to the nation and just inform them, my fellow citizens. I mean, if you want me to give it for you, I can do it. My fellow citizen, this is your president, Joseph Yumabwaka. I'm coming to you to inform you of the happening within the judicial, the legislature. I come to inform you of the situation that have led our country to a pause. I want to let you know that we are working with both sides to ensure that we get back on track. Liberian people will welcome you, they will appreciate it, and they'll say, yes, our president spoke to us. But it has been a whole month We have not heard from this president. What are they doing? Abu, welcome. Good to see you. What saying, Sarah? Good to see you as well. What are the advisors saying? I mean, he has not addressed the country. He has not addressed the nation. Is that wrong again? Is something wrong? Is he can't do that for us to know? Because we want to know for our president. We want to find out for our president what's happening. Oh, well, everybody went back in the back.
Yeah.
Hold on here. Okay, everybody should be on. Guys, what's going on here? Let's see. Everybody should be on. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we are hearing you,
welcome, everybody. How come? Ansu, what are you guys doing in the back? We have. Could you adjust it while you on the showing? Let's do the layout so everybody can be on it. Let me see what I can do this. So, but can you hear me, everybody? Can you guys hear me?
We are hearing you, but we are not
Abu,
seeing
you can hear me?
I'm hearing you, but I'm not seeing you on the screen.
I'm not hearing Abu. I'm not hearing Ben.
I can hear you, but
Okay.
it looks like I'm still.
I can hear you as well, but
I can hear you now.
I'm not seeing you on the screen.
You can hear now. What's Ben? Why is Ben not on the stage? And he's added.
Because I'm still in the bag.
No, it tells me that you've been added to the stage. Everybody been added.
Oh, you guys are hearing me?
I can hear you clear.
Ben,
But
just
just
that,
that.
but you're on the screen. Even myself, only I alone on the screen for my
Why
Yeah.
you guys?
Ansu's the only one on the stream.
Abu.
Okay, there
There
you
you
go, guys. Okay, let me see. Usually,
Ansu was the cause. Ansu was the cause.
no, hold on. Let me see. I still not right. I shouldn't be that. Everybody should be kind of spotlight group layout. Okay, there you go. There you go. There you go. Now at least I know small about computer now. Where you go? At least I know a little bit now. What are you talking?
Better than
So,
JB.
guys, it's
Better
good to
than
be
JB.
here. We got the information that Supreme Court will be coming over a decision tomorrow. Very, very interesting. Supreme Court will be coming over a decision tomorrow. And to probably put an end to this long saga. We did not hear from the president of Liberia. He did not speak to his citizens to let them know what's going on. In fact, I tried giving a speech for him just a few minutes ago. You guys came out. If he will only let me do it, I will address the nation and let them know what's going on.
This has turned to become the most U.S. president ever. They had a man on George Weah forever. He couldn't talk. He's dumb. He did. How come this president is not talking?
He's not talking nothing.
Everybody.
So I was trying to see if I was trying something and he let me. I can write a formal speech and do it on his behalf, my president, to the Liberian people representing President Joseph Yuma Boakai, so that the Liberian people can at least get a gist of what's happening. He's accountable to the Liberian people. President Boakai 8. So we are starting now. We actually are not starting. We are talking about why is the president, Ansu, I want us to go back there. Ansu had some folks on, I think from the AFL or former AFL. Ansu, if you can come back and share with us, what was that? What was going on? If you can come back on and share with us.
I was actually following him though.
Oh, really? I was driving and off and on. And I couldn't get it.
He was talking about some EPS guys that were fired, and because they were begging for money or something from the president.
They were begging. They were falling in the constant habit of what the mansion have determined as like an embarrassment. Where when people leaving, they will always say, "Hey, my man, that's Liberian thing. My man, can you give me something? Can you drive me?" But the president is a super beggar He used to beg when he was never in office. So he should be able to understand the reason why people beg that badly. I mean, for somebody who is close to the president to be begging that badly, the president should have understood this thing, that you know what, I was once in this situation before. I used to be begging Herring Costa. I used to cook food for me. I had nothing. I used to be begging Stanton for money. Talking about when the ego will
land. The ego will land.
If those EPS officers were getting money, when they were being paid regularly, they wouldn't have been put in that position. But because he's not paid, can you imagine people who are closer to the president are begging like that? What do you think about the guy who was in Boglanje? He anything? No, all he would do was he would loot from people to pay himself every month. Somebody asked me the last time, this was the government is not paying them. Why do they take this job? I told the president, I said, look, in Liberia, you don't have to get paid. You can use the job to pay yourself, and that's just what's happening.
Right. Yeah,
we're gonna start. We're gonna go from everybody. Gonna have the 2 minutes or 3 minutes to talk. We'll give it to everybody. But let's start with that situation. Ansu, I want you to join us. You in the back, join us.
Yeah, but
let's talk about those.
It's good being here, though. But it's coming for Bill for Ben to inform the public.
Everything is coming up for you.
Coming out of president like Liberia.
Media show, yeah.
Coming out of president like Liberia. So
it's coming up for somebody to sit there and
at least coming. Abu coming out of president like Liberia.
I say it's coming for Ben. It's coming up for Ben to say that folks around the president are begging why about people in Pogonji.
Okay.
To be in a circle of the president, VIP. To be in a circle of VIP. Imagine the security to the president. It's compromising his profession for little or nothing. But my point is, why did the security accept it? I gotta accept the job.
Are you kidding me?
I just told you why people accept jobs in Liberia.
Are you kidding me? But why would he even ask that question?
The salary. They're going to use the job.
It's coming from because he accepted his salary. He accepted his salary.
People need to survive. Stop it, man. People need to survive.
Come again?
People need to survive. What do you mean by why would they accept the job? They need to survive.
The fact that he accepted short salary, you should justify the salary instead compromising your profession. Imagine taking money in a circle of the president. You can compromise the president for anybody.
But the president is the #1 beggar in chief. He used to be begging all around. So he should have understood the situation more than anyone else. We saw.
I think we should bring sense to the discourse instead of
no. Hey, we can bring a video of this president telling us never had anything. He was worrying all around for IB Bank.
He did not see you, but for somebody listen now, for a bank to credit you,
I didn't say the bad thing. Myself is owing a bank, and I didn't say.
So how is that an issue? That's not that issue.
No, listen now, because you purposely said you were that I was misinforming the people, and I said no, the EPS officers were not laid out because they stole. No, that was never the reason. It was the marshal, and I agree with the executive marshal that their behavior was not right. You can be people passing to go see the president when going, my man, give me some money, give me some money. They could be compromised very easily. But I'm also saying because the president is also used to begging when he was not in the office, he should have understood.
I am a bit petty. I am petty in discussing issue.
No, it's not petty.
It's loan that he paid money for. Then you say
exactly.
No. You see. You see.
Guys, we can start a show like this today, guys. Guys, we can start a show like this today.
Sylvester, I told you, I myself is owing loan.
You don't
It's a
do it.
vested in.
Yeah,
I was saying,
Guys.
You beg, you say
so
don't
that's
win it.
the-
Okay, guys, let's how that begin the show one at a time.
man.
If we need to
No,
balance
no,
more,
no,
you
no.
need-
Oh.
please.
No.
Please give the others. Okay,
Ben, yeah,
guys, if I don't call you,
yeah,
please get other chance to talk.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah, go ahead. No, I just want to correct him that.
Let's begin.
The president
No,
not
Today
you-
there
you-
was
you are
personal
correcting
rule,
me.
the mental
Ben,
personal
you're not
rule.
being serious. How
No.
does credit do money for the bank?
Listen,
Amount
there
to
were
bank.
concern. There were
Can I
concern
finish
that.
my point? Let me finish my
Yeah,
point.
finish your point.
Because-
I will go to
because what
Sarah.
I'm saying,
I will go in the order, guys. Let's get other chance to talk. We can
because
be
what I
talking back
said,
and forth.
I will restate it. Taking money from a loan getting loan from a bank is not a crime. Like I said, myself is having loan from banks. It's not a crime. But begging, it's not even. It's also not a crime. But when you are a professional beggar, when other people are begging, you should be able to understand that, knowing that because you have begged so much in the past, you should be able to understand that. And we had this man on record where he was begging Henry Costa and begging Standard. So when the EPS officers are begging from other people, he should have understood their case better than anyone else. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
All right, let's go to Sarah.
Okay, my own input on this is that, I mean, I can understand what Abu is saying, that because these people work with the office of the president, I mean, it has a lot to do with, you know, the president's security being compromised and stuff like that, which I agree that they should not be begging people who come in and out. But at the same time, too, if this president or whoever is in charge is sensitive to the conditions of our country, they will get to know that some of the people make $150. Some of them make $75, and it also depends on how much they make. And those money amount that they make per month is not able to go around to sustain them and their families. So if I was in a position, what I would do is I will call those individuals that are involved and find out what is their situation. What is it that is causing them to do what they do, and try to intervene instead of just getting rid of them? Because as you get rid of them, you make the situation worse. You make them destitute. They don't have an income. They don't have anything. Maybe if you sit there and talk to them and intervene, because I look at it as a humanitarian situation as well. Despite it being, you know, a security issue, but it's also the fact that they don't have enough to take care of their family. So if this was a serious government or somebody who's serious in that position, that is the decision or that is the course I would take.
Exactly. Okay. Let's go to Robert. Robert, I'm sure you've been following the conversation. The conversation has to do with the EPS officer. I understand. I don't know why they were dismissed, but I understand they were dismissed because they had concern with them going around and backing government officials. I mean, when people come around, they are backing and stuff like that. I don't know. I can't validate the story, but Ansu had a phone call and they were talking. Most of the officers were calling in and talking. I've been trying to get Ansu back on so he can give us more idea on what was going on. But could you actually I'm bringing him back on. Ansu is right here. Could you let us know? I mean, could you chime in? You know, so Ansu, you live. But Robert, go ahead. Robert, you muted.
We're not hearing you, Robert. We can hear you, Robert.
We can hear you.
No.
Go in and come up.
Okay.
All right. Ansu.
Yeah. You guys getting me right?
Yeah, we can hear you now, Robert. Oh no, Ansu, go ahead. We can hear you.
You interviewed the the EPS officer. What were they concerned? What were they concerned?
It was not an interview, but it was a press release from the EPS, the Executive Protection Service, on the dismissal the 4 EPS officers. And I think that we have a copy of that press statement here on closing argument tonight, in which we can maybe you guys can still post it.
Okay.
So yes.
Could you zoom it in and see so we can? If you could zoom it in, I could read it. Make it bigger. I can see it. Or just put it in the chat room and maybe I could read it. if you put in the chat room, I could read it.
Oh yeah, so the production team gonna drop in the chat room there. So and we're just showing light on it before you guys will come on and to get the public, view or the reaction on it on these officers. Our dismissed because of begging of guests that go to visit the president at the president residence, the main entrance where you have these officers staying, and maybe when they're leaving the president compound, you are driving my water up. Yeah, it's not easy on ground. Yeah, yeah, give us something. So, based on that, I think the information went on to the head of the EPS, and these four officers were dismissed. So we are doing everything possible to get it on the show, hopefully tomorrow. So then what I was saying, what led to them being backing out there, it's not an easy thing in Liberia, especially when it comes to people's salary. You have people manning, people who are protecting the executive. That was the executive trying to protect the executive. If they can goes out to beg, tend to beg us, what's happening, what's going on, for how many months they haven't taken pay. These people should be people who should be part of effort doing of the president driver, the president cook, the president security. So if that comes, the president driver, the president cook, the president security. So if that come out for now, the executive, because maybe the EPS thought that they want to break up political news. For begging, that is amazing. It will go around. People say, yeah, we are doing our job, doing the wrong thing. But it could bring them to the spotlight too for people to question them. Question them was things that how can the people be pushed out there to go as far as begging? It must be something. How many months they go on without pay? So if you can start thinking of the EPX trained to protect the executive, tend to beg us, what happened to the net security sector? What happened to the police? What happened to other security agencies? We have to start checking it. So they also involve the labor law too, because security trained to man executive tend to beg us. So maybe I say maybe EPS are looking at it to break that political, the one school grade and say, oh yeah, we are working this that, but it doesn't show a good sign for them. There must be some reason, sanity behind that led to the guys and today they tend to beg us, especially at the place of the resident of the president, because in the communication they says the president resident main entrance. They're where the guys and stay and big people that go there for visit.
Yes, so you see it, guys. In fact, I can see it really clear, but the point here is these guys. Let me start, and then we'll go to Robert, and then Sylvester. The fact here, the fact here is very systemic in Monrovia. People beg a lot. Even I experience it. I go to people's home, or I go to places. By the time you enter, or cheap on the ground, cheap on the ground, on the ground. They don't even let you sit down or do something. They're telling you cheap on the ground, cheaper on the ground, and stuff like that. But I'm telling you, you go right there. By the time you greet somebody, oh Chibu yell, Chibu. I went somewhere in March when I in Liberia, top government official home. The moment I was going in the gate, they started saying, "Oh, Chibu, yell, the people don't forget, and those things kind of get people annoyed, totally annoyed. When you come and you start backing like that, people get annoyed. To be honest, but yes, if these guys are working for months and can't get paid, all right, and they can't get paid, they will result into backing. They're not getting all their allowance and everything. It will result into backing. I think the decision was too hasty. I think they should have suspended them or give them or warn them. Just firing like that, I think it was wrong. Today again we saw another group of EPS at the American MSA. They went there because they said since they were laid off, they are not even getting the pay. Now you can't just lay people off and you don't pay them and expect it to be all bread and butter and expect them. That's wrong. That's violation of their rights. You can't do that. And exactly, I'm not saying back is officials and things like that. It made people very uncomfortable, but at least the action was just too hasty. They should have at least give them warning or suspended them. I think here, Mr. I don't know how to call him, the EPS director, Sam Gay. I think to me personally, he screwed up. He shouldn't have fired these people. You firing people, you got nothing to give them. The time to work, the minute time to work, you give them nothing. Just say you fire them. I think they should have been at least giving some warning sign and telling them, and then if that was repeated, then you can let them go. I think it was just too hasty. I think it was wrong on his part. Robert, comment. Today, we can't hear you. We can't hear you, Rob. We can't hear you. Oh wow. Yeah, we're not hearing Robert. I don't know why. Robert got to go back and come in, because. Yeah.
You know about the point attacking Rob.
I know.
No, you didn't.
I don't know why. We got to go back and come.
Now someone attack. The basketball one attack off on the Atlanta base. We're going to put so. No, just the other side of it, man. Yeah.
What's up? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Peabody. Now, listen, I want to be very clear on this process. I've been following this issue a very long time, and this issue about EPS officer serving as a man backer, and then it's been unfolding ever since I've been mature to understand that I've been about the politics. I was there during the transitional government before the election of. I started openly observing it during Mr. Taylor days. When my late father served at the executive mansion as assistant minister of fresh interpreter to the former president Charles Taylor. It was an open process where EPS soldier, then SSS soldier, officers were involved into those things. Now, even from the military and the paramilitary forces in our country, and this is a culture on a most serious note. It's a deep entrenched culture. I've started observing this process during Mr. Taylor days as president of the Republic of Liberia. Madam Sirleaf during the Judy Bryant time, Madam Sirleaf, and then the Guar administration, and then it's moving through. Now, this is the first time I'm hearing openly a disciplinary action being taken against it. I'm going to address this process in twofold. The process about the wrong thing about the ethical breach by those officers. Because it's an ethical breach. It's out of order. It's out of their basic regimentation. You cannot indulge into those kind of issues as a trained EPS soldier, an elite presidential guy. That is wrong. It is totally unethical. From that perspective, and from the disciplinary action taken against them by the authority of the EPS currently, it's not a wrong thing to do. Now, the fact that they were indulging into those things and knowing that openly you cannot be in the presidency or around the presidency and indulge into those things, because it is very well possible whenever you get acculturated to those kind of a tendency, you get compromised. And when you are compromised, there's a potential danger that someone may just use to penetrate the Liberian presidency. On the flip side of things, I would think what is the base salary currently? Is it because of a lack of salary? Now we need to start hearing from the EPS officers themselves. Is it because of lack of salary that they are indulging into those kind of a thing? The fact that they are not being paid on time, or the salary that or whatsoever per diem or amount they're receiving, it is inadequate. It cannot incentivize them in the term that they will take care of themselves and their loved one. If those incentives are not enough for them, or they are not being current in terms of their enumeration, then this is a very deep concern. Then we will call on the EPS to not only withdraw the recent disciplinary action taken by dismissing them, but to also put into place measures that will curtail or avert those kind of potential things from happening. Because this is a deep process here that I'm deeply concerned about myself, but I've been observing that this thing be unfolding. if it is based on their own gross inaptitude to the process about disobeying their basic regimentation, then the authority of the EPS, I believe they're correct. If, and that's what I'm saying. I'm speaking English here. I'm not being local, right? So I say if their action that prompted the administration to take this action against them was basically the breach of professional ethics, then I do heavily,
We are not getting you.
Sorry, we're losing you. I don't know why. They keep putting people on mute or something. I don't know why. Shabbat, we're losing you. We can't get you. Not getting you.
We're not getting you. We're not getting you. No, we're hearing you.
Not hearing you.
I don't know why.
Check it. That's the thing. Is sometimes when you're using these gadgets, like the Apple stuff, sometimes it can go.
Are you getting me?
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So it basically is based on that process that on the basis of them not doing the job to pay them on time or to pay them adequately enough, because these are elite. They are not only paramilitary force, but it's an elite paramilitary force that is legislated in our country. They should be well incentivized out of the basic tactical support that they need to go to them. And that's it. On a more serious note, in recent history, I haven't heard that EPS soldier officers being suspended or dismissed for act that is incompatible with their status. Now, those incompatibilities what we need to assess. What is leading to those kind of issue that is unfolding? Things. What are those things basically that we need to follow to say this is what is unfolding? So we have to be very open-minded and seeing how we want to discuss this process first and foremost. But the actions by the EPS to take this action, if it was only based on the basic regimentation policy versus officers adhering to the tenets of their own rule and engagement, or the issue is that those officers were desperate, they were hungry, they were abandoned. So we need now to consider the face of those things. If they were hungry and abandoned and not being careful, then they had no reason but to resort to begging as a means of sustenance for themselves and that of the loved one. Remember, these are men and women that would leave their wives, their children, their parents, home, and coming to sacrifice. And now, remember here, one of the policy process here, I was speaking to one of the former EPS chief before. He said, this is not about us just leaving from home and going, or our family home and going to work. This is the process that we are yet to the procedural mechanism, but we are leaving from home with the possibility that we cannot return. That's what he was very blunt to me. He said, no, Jim, bro, imagine me being around the president, the VIP team, and then someone is trying to, God forbid, target the president, and I'm waving up to protect the president. In that process, I'm dead. So he said, we don't even have benefit. We don't even have, I mean, it's a difficult process back we need to think about. So if those guys don't have the appropriate benefit process to cover them, and then you want to dismiss them because they're doing what they're doing and because they're sacrificing to protect. Now, some of those intend to beg, and let me be very frank, it's not basically to compromise the presidency. The intent to beg is for them to survive. If the intent to beg is for them to survive, then I think, ladies and gentlemen, if I can land here quickly, I will ask the EPS administration to come back and look in the process. Now, unfortunately, quickly, I don't know how much an EPS officer is making a month, but someone is telling me if it is true, it's 150. Hey, stop the nonsense.
EPS officer paid 150 Pewee.
Now, I say if it is true, I'm always making a to find an escape route here. If it is true, it's 150 for the lowest EPS staff. It's quite unfortunate because I was hearing last day from the administration, even the police officer, the least police officer in Liberia is around 100. That is totally unfortunate. And that, of course, the military. That is the elite military force we have in our country. So I think, Mr. President and your team, you guys need to look into this process. It's not a good sign for us.
Send Robert back. Let's give Robert a chance, and then we'll go to Abu, and then Henry, and then Sarah.
Thank you. Am I audible now?
Yes.
You're good. You're good,
Robert. Good. So listen, I think that most of the panelists have said what I was going to say. One is I will have to that there's a ethical ethical code of conduct, right, that there's certain things that solicitation could be a problem, and even in this country where even though the minimum wage is in my state is $7.50. Even at McDonald's, I don't know anyone since 2010 that makes $7.50 the minimum wage, right? But there are certain things that are not allowed. I know for a fact at luxury hotels where we have encountered a lot of celebrities, multimillionaires, actors, actresses. We see them all the time. There's certain information we can't put out. We can't solicit pictures. We can't solicit autographs, and we can't even disclose that a celebrity or a soccer team or a basketball team or NFL team is at the hotel for security purposes. You can't ask for pictures as an employee. So you might have EPS officer begging because the folks that they're begging, they don't need autograph from them, but there are different interests here, right? And people can be held accountable for breaking these code of ethics, and so that's one part to that. But I think the empathetic part to this is that, and I want to ask Abu. You said that no officers makes $150. Do you know? Do you know how much EPS officer makes monthly?
I may not be as I would defeat you.
You should have to speak to that. I like that question. That's a good question.
It's above 200. I may not be as
okay. So let's take 200. Even if they're making $250 every month, is how much every week? $250 every month is how much every week? By the way, $250 is not even what I budget for my gas on a monthly basis, right? And so I say that to say, even if they were making $250, with all of the millions of dollars that have been pumped into the security sector, especially the Executive Protection Service, you would think that your security apparatus should be prioritized, especially when you have Sam Gay making the argument that 250 agents were dismissed on grounds of qualifications. And so if the qualification actually matter and you have the best of the best, then you have got to ensure that the best of the best are well taken care of, especially your security, because they can easily be compromised if they are not taken care of. There was a story in 2013 in Bone County where the president's protection officers actually abandoned the protection of the president in Bone County and ran outside to chase Chinese phone. Sylvester, I'm not sure if you remember that. And those guys were suspended, I think, something. Can you imagine how easily breached the president's security was at that point?
Yes.
To see officers running outside to go chase.
Somebody commented at least 240. One B10
right, 240. So 240 is not much. 240 is chicken change. You know what I mean? I mean, these are security folks. If you want to keep them uncompromised, you've got to make sure that they're well taken care of. Same thing with the police officers. You don't know how many police officers they're not interested. You go to there's this place I know when I used to go when I was in Liberia recently. You go into all of these different clubs, and these guys have checkpoints. And when you get to the checkpoint, as soon as you put your windows down, they don't ask you for the first thing they want to know, sir, what you got for me?
Yes.
I could have a dead body in the back of my car for all I care. You're not checking my trunk. You're not. Or if you put $20, some of these officers will even take a bottle of beer. You know what I'm saying? And that's a free throw to just go, doc. And so this is a serious concern. And so why I do understand that it is unprofessional and it compromises the presidency and the protection of the president. I think that what this raises here is this concern as to, are we paying our security apparatus in the country well enough to keep them on compromise? I said this the last time. Can you imagine if these guys are making $240? Can you imagine how easy you can influence any of these guys to do something to the president? People running behind Chinese phone that was $600-700. Some of these phones are $300. And so I think the debate that we should be having here is it's not whether or not these guys are begging. Begging is not a crime, right? But it could breach ethical rules here. And is it enough to get them dismissed? Should there be some sort of coaching and counseling, some sort of documentation here, and setting the rules? But I think the bigger conversation here is, how do we stop these officers from begging? Because at the end of the day, I'd rather someone beg me than to steal from me. I'd rather someone honestly ask me, "Hey, Rob, can I get $20? Can I get $15 or $40?" And it'll take from me. The last time, the president's security special AD can I think got dismissed because he was giving some money to give to marketers in the president's neighborhood, and he gave them $100 when he was supposed to be giving them more of that. That's stealing, and so I understand that, right? But even that guy, do you think if he was getting paid the right way, do you think he would have been tempted to not do the right thing and what he was doing? So a lot of these guys, because of the circumstances they find themselves, are easily influenced financially. And let's be frank, you have a EPS officer. He watches your son drive the best car, right? He watches your son live in the best house. They have unlimited amount of cash. They're traveling the world. But the same EPS officer that are protecting the dad, kids can barely go to a good school in Liberia because he makes $240. He got 3 or 4 children. That money cannot feed them and give them a quality education. So we have to look at this holistically. We have to be empathetic towards these guys, and we have to understand our plot. What they're getting paid is chicken's change. And until we fix this issue with this huge pay imbalance, we'll continue to have these circumstances and these things going on. So I do feel for them, and I hope that Sam Gay and the office of the president and the finance ministry can not just have this conversation about these guys, but about our entire security operation. How do we get the best of our best committed, loyal to their profession, especially when it comes to protecting the president? Because we may not agree with the president, but at the end of the day, we as a country needs to make sure that our presidents and our leaders are well protected and that they are not harmed, their families are well protected. But we can't ensure that when you have officers underpaid and that are easily influenced. That's my thoughts.
Let's go to Abu and then Henry, and then we'll come to Sarah.
Yeah, I want to buttress what Pewee said earlier. I think their action is a gross violation of ethical values. And I come from the background as a student of public administration. When you agree to perform a task for a specific amount, I don't want to believe you compromise even if you have been underpaid because you did agree to provide service for that amount. So the action of the boss of the EPS, and I read a release when the release was posted on eMargin website, I think 8 hours ago. It has come to the attention of the EPS leadership that folks both at the ground of the capital executive mansion and the residence of the president, they solicit money from guests, both entering and leaving the compound of the president. I think that's a potential danger to the life of the presidency. Somebody on the show talk about they are making 150, even the 240 that one of the commenters commented. I still doubting that they make 250, 240. But again, we will do our fact findings as we deep into the investigation. So while I expect of the EPS boss is to state in detail actually prompted the suspension of the 4 individuals from the EPS.
Are they suspended or dismissed?
They are suspended for time indefinite.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Jonah.
Yeah. So I'm a little confused, but I will try to help myself through this confusion. One thing that Pewee said that kind of because I didn't know much about it. He said this thing started since childhood at a time. So that alone, if that is true, that tells me that this is a systemic problem.
It is. Mm-hmm.
And if it is, then the boss of the EPA should not be firing people like this. It means that, and the reason why I'm saying it is that in his write-up, maybe he would have told us what were some of the things, that they put in place to curtail some of these things. Maybe they would say, this is military thing, so they can explain everything to us. But let's look at it. The whole thing about ethics. What bothers me is that we always hold the people at the lowest of our society. We hold them to the highest standard. But the people at the echelon of our society, they don't care about ethics at all. Let's test this. The same laws that are there in the country that says before a man takes a job, he should declare his or her assets. Did the president do that? No. Those were ethics violation, right? But anybody? What was the crime? What happened? Grisby got money to buy cars when he wasn't even in office. Yeah. What happened? The president brought in yellow machine without this legislature. What happened? So why are we giving different standards to different people in our society? That bothers me.
Abu, he didn't interrupt you. He did not interrupt you when you were talking.
And especially
yellow machine.
No, Abu, he didn't interrupt you. You had your time. Give him a chance to talk. He did not interrupt you at all. We're having a good conversation. Nobody interrupted you.
Abu, Regina says, yeah. That's one thing. I see. So
we have a specific topic to discuss.
It doesn't matter.
Abu will not allow you to do this.
Okay. I will rest. I will just rest right there. I won't disturb me. I will rest. I'll rest my kids.
Sarah.
Yeah, so this even if they were making $240, that's less than $100 a week. That cannot do anything for anybody. You Abu sitting over there, I know you don't make less than $100 a week. I mean, sorry for me picking at you, but I know you don't make less than $100 a week. So I mean, I can understand why they did what they did.
I'm not working.
I don't think they should be fired. I think they should have called them, maybe give them more training. That thing they're talking about suspending them for time indefinite, that firing. We know the Burka government when they suspend you for time indefinite, it means you are fired. That is clear. They just do it that way just to do, but we know that they've already fired them. So how they're going to survive, I hope they were able to pay them off, because if you want to fire somebody or suspend somebody for time indefinite and that person has been begging, I hope you make sure you pay them their salary you owe them. Apparently you guys or the government owe them, some arrears they haven't paid, begging as a whole is part of our it's just part of our culture. I mean, I've been seeing this from the time I was a little girl. I've seen people begging. I myself have begged my boss man or whatever. So it's not new to our society. But to fire someone, you know, this government being the kind of profile they came with, you know, we expect them to be a little bit more very different when it comes to the approach towards things. And this one is just not, it just doesn't pass it. It just doesn't pass it.
Look, let me read something from it seems like the EPS director is known to just fire people. Okay, when he took over, he went about and just fired people randomly. This same gay guy. Let me read something from the front page Africa. They said dismissed agent of the Executive Protection Service are calling on the United States Embassy to intervene as they seek their just benefit from the Joseph Boakai-led government 11 months since its inception. At the early stage of the Boakai leadership, over 200 officers of EPS were faced with termination under the directive of the new director, Sam Gay. After their dismissal, there were allegations suggesting that the dismissed EPS agent personnel were being let go due to perceived loyalty to former President George Weah. Director Gay back then defended the termination, stating that the aim is not a witch hunt, but rather to ensure that the professionalism and adequacy of the EPS staff. Gay emphasized the importance of having well-trained and qualified individuals in EPS, pointing out that the General Auditing Commission had also raised concern about the qualification. The General Auditing Commission had also raised concern about the qualification of some officers during an audit. Those who were deemed unqualified to provide VIP protection will be removed, and those who were vetted and declared qualified will be retained and sent for training at the police academy. We want to be fair and transparent. This is not a witch hunt, Mr. Gay told Front Page Africa. Last Gay highlighted the individuals who do not meet the necessary standard for VIP protection are being removed to enhance the effectiveness and credibility of EPS. Since then, there have been more than 200 EPS agents who have been dismissed without any benefit. Okay, I'll stop there. You fire these people, you come in. You didn't even create a mechanism where you say, you know what, these people who are not trained, we will kind of do a staff development for them. We'll put them through training. If they don't meet the requirement of the training, we'll let them go. He didn't do it. He just came in. How do you know these people were not trained? You just went ahead, found a list, fire people. Okay, the people, you fire them. Unfortunately, when the fire in Liberia, it's almost impossible to go there and even get people to advocate on your behalf. These people went. Now, how in the world you fire these people, more than 200 of them, 11 months, these people have not taken pay. You have not given them any benefits since you fired them. You let them go. The condition in which they were fired doesn't even make sense. You should have come in, vetted the people, and say, you know what? I'm going to send you for training. If you guys don't meet the requirement, if they don't pass, and then I will fire you. You came in. You said these people are not qualified. 200 people. So you mean to tell me they just brought in 200 people and forced them in the EPS? I don't want to believe that. They were based on political party sentiment and stuff like that. But you fire these people. It has been 11 months, and I want to allude to something that Ben said. There are people, the current minister of state, Grace Payne, taking money for Social Security. He was taking money for Social Security. They didn't fire him. You were begging them to buy a car. That's a form of begging. He begged Social Security to provide some cars. He was not even in position at the time. Okay, why did they fire him? Because these people are poor. They have no means of representing themselves. You come in and take advantage. I think the action here. I don't like people begging me. I get very uncomfortable. I'll tell you that. But the condition under which he dismissed these people, you got these guys that are protecting the president of the Republic of Liberia. You will not take care of them. Do not pay them a livable wage, good money. These guys could divert anytime. Anytime they could divert. So I think the condition in which they were suspended, I think it was too hasty. I agree, but you can't suspend it for time indefinite. Other people get fired. And now you got another group going to the U.S. Embassy because they got no other way. The government that should be representing and helping them, they're not doing it. So they will turn to foreign services to see what they can do to help them. But you dismiss 200 people. It has been 11 months. You the same guy, you work in the U.S. You work in different countries. Would this happen in the U.S. when you fired somebody? You will not pay them off and let them go? Something that you could not do in the U.S. You fire these people. It's been 11 months. People got children. They got family. And you'll not even pay them. I think it's disgusting. Let's go to Sylvester and then Robert.
Basically,
people are
going around.
Yeah. Yeah, we're going around. It's Sylvester turn. Yeah, I'm following it.
Yes.
Don't be Robert.
Thank you, Dr. Peabody. I think it is important, and I agree with Ben also, and you just reiterated that position just now, that every government official should be held at the same standard. I agree. And even those at the very high level of the government echelon should be held at a high standard than even those down the line. Because those up, when we start giving some serious disciplinary action against those that up the ladder, those that down will start to take note from that, and even to say, hey, if they can do it to the big people, then what would be left of us? But these are actions that, again, that is saying to us that our political system, our government bureaucracy is deeply entrenched with a lot of inaccurate tendencies of disciplinary procedure. So that's a very difficult process that we have. And how can we now fix this problem instead of starting the process now? Is it meant to make names somewhere, as Mr. Gay is trying to do? He being very familiar with the EPS. He been around in the EPS before. He should understand the basic regimentation there, the procedural process, the challenges. Have he maximized his strength first and minimized on the weakness in terms of what's unfolding in the EPS? He understands all of those things in terms of the operational aspect of it. Most of the EPS soldiers, even some of them, will have to pay their own transportation to go to work. That is wrong. The EPS should not drive in a commercial vehicle to commute to work. It's not the procedure. Because, you see, the basic tactical procedural mechanism here is to protect the head of state. If you are now having the privilege to, you have the time to drive with, for instance, while I'm driving to work and I see an EPS soldier, he's going to, I say, hey, can I drop you? He's in my car. We're having a conversation. I drop him off. I say, oh, man, this $100 for lunch. He's very confident. Next time, he come and stop and wait, wanting to wait for me at the same time. There's a tendency that I can compromise that officer to allow him to do some things and incentivize him extraordinarily more than what he's receiving from the state. It causes some serious problem. So he's commuting to work or back. There should be a way. That's what past EPS administration. No, I don't know how much they paid them then. I don't know what the basic setup regimentation. But during the former President Charles Ganget Taylor reign as President of the Republic, those EPS soldiers had a certain level of discipline. Now, I'm not saying they didn't engage into this man begging situation, but that tendency of discipline, they knew that this leader reflected on everything about security. So I think there's a need that we introduce this process. Mr. Gay, it should not only rest on the process of taking disciplinary action against these folks. What we could do is to also go and do a deep analysis of what is the challenge in our security apparatus. How can we fix it? And you sit with the president, there's your own boss, sit with the president or sit with the president, because the EPS boss does not report to the Minister of Justice, unfortunately. The EPS boss report directly to the president, right? So you go and sit with the president and say, Mr. President or Madam President, we're facing this kind of a challenge and we need to fix this to make this body elite. But it's an elite presidential body. So if it's an elite presidential body created by a legislation, we need to do everything to protect. Why is it now we put around 9, 6, 7, 8 million in the budget for the EPS? Those are meant to make sure those men and women are given the pride that they deserve. They are well incentivized so they will perform their constitutional responsibility to protect all VIPs, including the president family, and other senior government officials. The EPS modus operandi is not really limited to the president and his family. It's also extended to cover every senior government officials in the republic. That will include the legislature, include the judiciary also. We have EPS officers assigned to the Chief Justice. We have EPS officers assigned to the Associate Justices of the Honorable Supreme Court. We have EPS officers assigned to the Speaker, and we also have EPS officers assigned to the Deputy Speaker. Now, the President or the Executive Mansion will determine who also EPS officer will be assigned to. That's a determination made by the President and that of the head of the EPS. Also, past pro tem, past Speaker, and I think past Supreme Court Chief will also take care of EPS and past Foreign Minister of the Republic. So the scope of operation is wide. So we need now to end this done through legislation. Do the thing. The executive prepared the budget, put some very good thing in the budget for those guys. Give them, they got to look good in terms of they got to get allowance to get some suit because most of them are always in coat suit. They need to get allowance to do that, buy some good pair of Cadence shoes, right? So they will say to me, one of them called me and say, the shoe Raul away, drink Kev Hassan, so they want back browser Raul can, so. So all those things we need to do that, man. I rest here on that process, but it's a serious process that we need to really do, right? You don't know the guy didn't want to dress well. They don't have money to buy a coat. They don't have money to buy this. It's troubling. It's troubling. The guy don't be forced to beg.
Yeah. You're right, and they're not even giving that clothing. They're not giving that clothing check and things like that. But Robert, come on, Robert.
It's troubling.
It's unfortunate, man. It's really unfortunate. Look, I'm telling you, I truly empathize with these guys. And again, this conversation, unfortunately, happens to involve the EPS, but I don't think it stops with the EPS. Across the board, every sector in the country begs. You go to the bank to get money, to get the money as quick as possible.
Yes.
You gotta give something.
Exactly.
You go to government agency and you need a smooth process. You got to give something. I mean, I can't say everything because I know the men are watching. But look at that. Look at the foreign ministry. Go to the passport division. Go to the passport division. Even after you've paid the expedite your passport, you still gotta give to it's like you pay the government fee, and then you gotta pay the folks who supposed to be paying the folks who are processing all of these things. You got to pay a fee, and that's unfortunately. That's the system. That's how it is. A lot of these officers that work for these folks that you mentioned, Sylvester, they are getting extra money from these folks to kind of gain their loyalty and their trust. I was talking to a buddy of mine. I was like, even if I wanted a security, and I offer government security, I won't accept it because private security in Liberia seems to be more trustworthy than government security, because not only because of the politics involved, because of the favoritism and the lack of professionalism and all of the above. And so look at police officer, the dignity of a police officer. You've been arrested, you've been taken to a depot, you've been taken to a police station, and they're telling you they want to get in your car. How are you going to arrest me in my car? What? I never, my first visit to Liberia, I did not have my driver's license. I had a Atlanta driver's license. I was told that my driver's license is international. I drive with it in Ghana with no issue whatsoever, as long as you show the folks that you are visiting. Got to Liberia, I don't know who I was drunk. I was drunk to drive that night coming from out. And they asked me for my driver's license. I had no idea. I was just trying to respect the police officer. Handed my driver's license right on Broad Street. Right on Broad Street. They said, my man, park the car, let go. I said, going where? Let go to the police station.
Yeah.
I mean, am I on the arrest? You're not on the arrest, but I go to the police station. I said, okay, let's go to the police station. I told my driver to park the car. Only for the man to say, no, we need to get in your car to go to the police station. Why are you getting in my car? I mean, these security folks, the police officers, there's no dignity to what they do. And then you paying the man $150. The $150 you paying the man, or the $100 you paying the man, you're not even consistently giving it to him on time on a monthly basis. So what do you expect? Again, I'd rather an officer beg me for something than to steal from me. I'd rather a EPS officer say, hey, buddy, what was in it? Even at the airport, these guys are not even looking in your passport. They're not looking into your passport to see if your documents, your traveling documents are correct. All they're asking you, hey, office chief, what in it for your manual? So you post small thing on that thing, they hand your passport back to you. It affects us all. It affects our own security. And so I think this is something that is a great conversation, but Liberia, everything starts with a conversation and it ends with a conversation. No serious action is taken, right? We talk about it, and then we forget about it, and then it happens again. I mean, last year when President Weah went to Qatar, there was this news that 9 officers escaped, right? Because they wanted a better lifestyle. Can you imagine EPS officer escaping while on national duty because they feel like they can get a better lifestyle in Qatar or anywhere else? This is a problem that we've got to address. I will close on this note. Ghanaian officers, all of the time, because I love going to Ghana and spending a few days before I go to Liberia. Now you will give them some money, but they do it in such a professional way where you won't even think that they're begging you. When you get to a checkpoint, those guys have AK-47s. They will professionally put you down. I don't care what kind of car you're driving. They will check the back of your car. They will check if there's a lady in the car. They will ask that lady to get up. They will check in her bag. I mean, they were professionally doing that job. And after, they'll tell you get back in your car. You're free to go. But go to a checkpoint in Liberia. I'm telling you, I've seen it all the time. Oh, chief, you yeah? Oh, I'm going to a man now. Brabi. I mean, when you see a man who could be your father or your uncle calling you Brabi, it's not just out of respect. Something is wrong. It's because you got something for them. So we got to add dignity to our police officer. We have to respect them. But it's hard to respect them when the people that's supposed to be respected them appears to be those who are giving them that daily bread, and that's something that we've got to change. So I hope this conversation, help us address this issue. It's systemic. It's not just with the EPS officer. What are we going to do about it? That's the question.
Let me before I go to Jonah, I want to welcome Chairman Ben.
Dr. Peabody, can I just say it's good to see my friend and brother Chairman Ben, man. I haven't seen Chairman Ben in a minute, so it's good to see him.
Okay, but I just got the list of those fired, and they are reaching out, so they would like to come on the show as well. So I'm trying to make an arrangement. But we have an agent, Samuel Kaza.
Peabody, they were not fired; they were suspended for time indefinite.
Sharik,
hey, Abu, lead the team. Suspension. Anyone come on the show that your business?
Sharik Jipley, Poiman Sonny, and Vivian Jones. Agent Vivian Jones.
Oh, there's a lady, 2 ladies.
Yeah,
Abu, you should call me, man. Yeah.
Yeah, but let's go to Robert. You talk about backing. Even the investment commission, when people could invest, the backing people to get them money before they can even open business and do certain things. So let me go to Jonah.
Yeah, I'll be very short because I know we got time. So
yeah.
So to add up to what I said earlier, and what is so striking is the fact that this is where the highest amount of money in the security services is being circulated. With this EPS, all of them, the money would be seen here in the budget. That's the highest amount of money around these people. So if those with the highest amount of money are involved in this level of begging, then why do you think it's happening in those other areas where the funds are not even there? That can even tell you that it is even worse. I will stop right there.
But Ben, a different type of begging we're talking here. So the man who got nothing in his bank account, you can't compare his begging with the man who got $500,000 that he didn't work for in his bank account.
That's true. That one that's true. That one that's true. Yeah, you guys can go. I'm done.
I think Dr. Peabody, who go next? Ben Sanvee or Abu?
Peabody.
It appears that he's communicating it back.
He's on the phone.
Anthony is
Abu, I will insert myself, man. I will take over right now. Abu, go ahead. Abu, go ahead.
It's Abu supposed to talk, right? Gotta get everybody a chance to talk, because if we keep talking, we got up to 7:45 for the radio to keep us going, and you don't want the radio to go off there without get our message across. So let's give everybody
Abu, go ahead.
Go ahead, Abu.
Yes, so like I asserted earlier, I buy into what Pewee said. If you accept a task to perform, given all of the challenges, you should also be willing to accept them. You should also be willing to perform that task as inscribed in the contract you signed with the person who employ you. Like as student of public administration, I want to believe the EPS officer did not exhibit ethical values. When you are empowered to perform a task, you cannot be compromising and putting the life of the president in danger. A couple of weeks ago, there were few folks that are going to the Capitol building to plead to the consciences of senators regarding the sin dismissal issue. Peabody, it is an ingrained fact that those that were dismissed by saying gay are partisans, or they were seen wearing party paraphernalia. So, and you and I know, being in a circle of the president, you have to be non-political. So I think that's the reason why those guys were dismissed. And you said dismissing people without giving them benefit. If you dismiss somebody, obviously you're not entitled to anything.
Are you kidding me?
Y'all don't interrupt that man, please. Y'all don't interrupt Abu, please. You'll get your time. Do not interrupt Abu.
Well, when you are dismissed, for the act in
you can come by everybody. Don't.
No, I'm not rebutting. I'm just trying to. Yes, he's right. If you are dismissed for an act inimical to the function of the job, there's no benefit for you.
Exactly.
No, that is
what's
right.
it give you benefit?
Yeah. I mean, if and not if.
So can I ask if they owe them a month past? Aren't they responsible to pay for the month past?
No, if they owe you, that's an arrear. That arrear have to be given.
You mean if the government owe them prior to that dismissal? Is
they will pay you on that?
Yes.
You have to be paid.
Obviously, they will have to pay you.
But in terms of you being dismissed, get benefit.
But in a culture, where you have not been paid, but in a culture where you haven't been paid for 6 or 11 months. If you fire people, you should pay them the remaining of their salary for the time that they work. They are entitled to certain benefits. If they have certain savings there and stuff like that, they are entitled to those things because they pay into it.
Has it been established? You guys were being owed by the government prior to that dismissal?
It doesn't matter. Now you empower, you should pay them.
Okay, I reached out to one of the personnel in the EPS. He confirmed that the least salary is $475, not $240.
$475.
But that's what you said. You didn't know it first. Now you know.
$475 US for a whole month.
That's not true.
Yeah, but let's bring Let's bring Sarah in, then we'll go to Chairman Ben. Let's get Sarah
Abu is misleading the public. That's not true.
It's not true. 475. Then Robert, you can reach out.
No, I don't know. That's not true. I already reached out. 475. I already reached out. That's not true. They're not making that.
People say 475 is a lie.
I mean, as compared to other security forces, I'm not saying no. I'm saying no. Don't get me wrong.
The man protecting the president for
a whole month. What I'm saying, other are making 125, 475. I mean, I have plenty as compared to what police officers getting. That's what I'm saying. Now, as compared to what police officers getting, I'm not saying that is too much for attacking me. So I
want you my chairman. I want you my chairman.
Let the chairman go ahead. Let the chairman go ahead.
Chairman, when it comes in, right? The police officers were making far below the 150.
Abu doing? I knew exactly what Abu was doing.
No. Abu, that's not true. President, we have
that's the narrative he want to present over here. Your government wants to do more.
No, President.
We gotta keep it going though.
Yeah, we gotta keep it going. But let me make a clarification. President, we administration pay police officers the least with at the time $285. $185. We administration. You didn't take it from 150. No, you made it at 185. It's still at that level. You have not increased it by a dime.
No money. You won't go allow to the.
You haven't increased it by a dime. Don't say that.
All right, Sarah, come in, then we'll go to Chairman Ben.
I'm not on this issue.
No, let the chairman go ahead. I mean, I've already
Thank you.
position on that.
Thank you, guys, and it's good to see everybody. It's good to see my brother Abu sticking in the Lions Den. I almost feel like they're always picking on you on this show. Yesterday, I was watching the repeat, and I was very concerned. I was concerned about your stability because Anthony seems to be. Yeah, but I trust your intellectual capacity to hold your foot, even though I disagree with about 80% of what you say. But I still think you deserve a right to get heard, and this is a good thing. But let me say this: my opinion on this EPS thing is the opinion that I have generally about the country. I think we it's almost like we're walking backwards. Right, we have a fundamental problem in our country that is not going to go away. My message to Sam Gay is that get ready to fire the entire EPS.
I know,
because this is something that has plagued the country for forever.
Are you saying all of that begging?
No, I mean it's not a sense of pride. I say it. It's a sense of reality, right? That these guys have families. Look, let me give you an example, right? Let me give you an example. Imagine someone who guards the president's daughter or son or cousin or whoever, granddaughter, right? Or the vice president or the speaker or whoever, right? And imagine this guy makes what? 200, 100, 300, whatever the number is. But yet and still he sees his principal, who he's guiding, right, spending thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. He's there. He's a witness. He's a front row witness to parties that have been hosted, right? It comes within the scope of his operation to guide the VIP, right? But yet and still, their families, they have kids. They go through the pain of everyday life. The reason I say it seems like we're walking backwards is because we still are not trying to address the fundamentals of why we are where we are, but we're trying to see if we can solve it and then go back. I mean, we're trying to see if we can take mitigating actions, and then we say, oh, we know what, we'll go back to solve it. Well, that's not fair. We got to talk about the pay disparity in the country. We got to talk about the fact that all of the allegations and things that we hear every single day with money that has been spent across the board in Liberia, but yet and still, civil servants, EPS, doctors, teachers, all of these key sectors are not getting paid a just wage. But yet and still, we're looking for an equitable society. We're looking for a society where an EPS officer will stand on guard for 12 to 15 hours and get paid $200 a month. We're looking for an equitable society where an EPS officer, and I agree, this is an age-old problem. But at some point, it has to stop. At some point, a government will have to come in and say, you know what? We're going to deal with this issue. And that's the reason why we continue to talk, right? So imagine an EPS officer who makes less than $200 or $200+, but yet and still got to go after his shift, got to go and look for a cab or go and look for a pimpin or go look for a keke. Imagine what he or she will have to go and tell their family. So my thing is, I'm waiting for the day where we start to have the conversation about salary disparity. How can we grow our pie? How can we figure out a way to augment that? It doesn't mean that corruption is going to go away. I think I heard the president one time say, I think in one of his press briefings, he talked about how he admired the U.S. Secret Service. I think he said on his last trip here, you even if you attempt to give them something, they see it as an insult. They see it as breaching their oath that they've taken. Well, it did. Well, Mr. President, it just didn't happen. If they were making $250, they too would probably accept a gift or katu from you. Trust me. But you know how much a Secret Service makes in this country, right? It may not be up to where maybe they too may want it, but at the end of the day, the reason they're able to withstand that temptation or withstand that offer is because they don't have to go home to their kids or their families and see them looking them in the faces and saying, where are you coming from for 12, 15 hours a day and we don't have food on our table? So my thing is, I empathize with the officers because I know what they're going through. I know the everyday hustle and bustle in Liberia. And then I also hear people say, oh, yeah, but it's the profession, it's the this and it's the that. But how many people who have, how many high-ranking members of the Liberian government or high-ranking members in our society who have taken a bribe or who have been corrupt, have gotten suspended or have gotten prosecuted? There's so much that we can unpack in this thing. So for me, I empathize with them. I don't think this is the way to go about it. I think what needs to happen is that we need to talk about how we can balance the scale when it comes to compensation in our country. And so people have a chance, what you call dignity in labor, have a chance to be able to hold their head up high and say, you know what, I am a proud member of the Executive Protection Services. And guess what? I don't have to take a bribe because I'm handled because I'm paid well and my family have a decent a meal to eat today. But if we don't do that, we're going to continue to have these conversations. And guess what? I don't know if they had to put up a press release today, but they did, right? At the end of the day, it is what it is. I just feel we're walking backwards when it comes to everything when we're dealing with Liberia.
Quickly,
Ben. Just a second, Ben. I will hope that you also say they saw those in the sign off for it. We need to be frank in our society. You know very well this is sorry for it. They should live to that regimentation.
Exactly.
We agree. Yeah. We need to emphasize that.
Also. Yeah, let me emphasize it. Let me emphasize it.
About it.
Let me emphasize it. They saw it. No, but people, I beg you. Let me emphasize it. They saw it and they signed up for it. You know why they signed up for it? Because there are no opportunities.
No choice.
They don't have options. They don't have choice.
That's exactly what I was saying.
They don't have choices. In this country, Pewee, you can turn down a job. Yes. A job. I have turned down a job with 6 figures before because I had another offer. That is the reason. Then you can say, yeah, they saw it. But guess what? You live in a country where, and again, this is not an excuse for people to beg. I don't think people find pleasure in begging. I really don't believe so. We make it sound like, and the thing is, the culture of begging and the culture of scarling in our country has become normal, right? So we think that it's not. If you don't have an option, and they tell you there are people who are waiting, let them just announce tomorrow, people, and this is my last point on this. Let them announce tomorrow that they're going to be paying somebody $5 a day to sweep the streets in Monrovia, and see how long that line will be. It's because people don't have the opportunity to be able to decipher and to make the decision that they want. So yes, they sign up for it, but at the end of the day, is it fair? Is it what they should be making? For me, that is the fundamental question. I don't condone it, but I understand why it's happening. That's all I'm saying.
And in the U.S.,
let me just say something here, Robert, before you come in, Robert. Robert, let me just say something here. The guy said that, one of the guys who I'm not going to name said that they were not fired because of the bag. They were fired because the superior officer felt that they feel that it was still loyal to the former government. That's the reason that they were fired. So I just want to make this clear. He said it was not for bagging, but one of the superior officers felt that it was still loyal to the former government, and that's why they had to fire them.
They've got a begging to be around for a long time.
That's what I'm about to say. That's my first time here. EPS fire somebody for begging.
Yeah, long time. Long time.
And I think there's more to this story, but I just want to give information. Entry level Secret Service agent is between close to 90-something thousand to 118,000. So if you do the math, some of these guys are making close to $9,500 to $10,000 a month, right? Now tell me why would they need any bribe? Tell me why would they need any kickback? Tell me why would they need to be compromised? That's a lot of money. But what I'm saying is, we don't have to pay them $8,000, $9,000. But listen, it comes with I said that to say it comes with a lot of benefits too, because these guys sign up also to put their lives on the line for the president and for those they protect. If the president were attacked, those officers are supposed to put their lives on the line for that. So tell me, why would I put my life on the line for $400 when after I'm dead and gone, my family have no benefits to begin with to even get started? So it's a lot of intricate part that we need to look at when it comes to these officers, and understand that this is a life and death kind of situation. Last but not the least, there are some folks in Liberia who take good care of. Look, I was always thought take care of the people who you put your life in their hands. Your cook, your driver, your security. These are people that you have got to take care of. You have got to make sure that they're not easily compromised, because these are people that you allow in your home. They're closest to you. They understand your operations. And if you're not taking care of them, they are easily influenced from outside sources. Thank you.
Let's go to, something Ben said before we go to Tomalin. Ben talked about that they didn't have the option. Just a few months ago, we just put up an ad to have somebody do our reporting in Liberia. You know how many people applied for that position? 40. Over 40 people applied to be reported for the closing argument. So, and those guys were all college graduate, work with the press union, got press union card and everything. So it shows how desperate it is. You got over 10,000 people graduating from the university, Zion Academy, and other places. Not even 5% going to get a job. And that would make it bad. But Tomalin, come in, Tomalin.
I had in my hand this flyer, right?
Yeah, after it will come to you after 2 minutes.
So this flyer is a county, Newcastle County in Delaware Police. Just cadet, right off the bat, no experience. 72,000 United States dollars. After your training, you get 25,000 bonus. Not only that, you take home a police cruiser, which is an SUV, not a regular car, and it's assigned to you permanently. And not only that, when you see the benefit package, why would that guy, even the way they dress, why would that guy want to take any bribe? I had an opportunity also to be in a cruiser with a police officer for 9 hours. And when you see the equipment these guys have and the support system that they have,
Uncle
there's no joke about it. Now,
that's something that Uncle Sammy, right? You see, I hate for it with our time.
Yeah, not comparing. Yeah, not doing a comparison.
So let's come to Liberia.
Yeah.
Our problem that we face in Liberia, it's not because we don't have the money. It is because the people want the system to be the way it is.
You think we have the money? We don't have the money.
No, we do. No, hold on. We do have the money.
No, we have the money. So
No,
we
don't have money.
The reason why
we have 800,000 budget.
But you got money. The president driving $500,000 car. You ain't got money.
Come on, bro. I will lay out for him. Let's take 5% in the government right now. The president, the vice president office, the speaker, the deputy speaker office, the senate pro tem. These 5 people. That's these 5 people office budget alone is in the tunes of $30-40 million or even more.
That's not true.
Right?
And let me correct that. It's not true.
Listen, the president's office is $23 million. What are you talking about?
That's not true. Stop informing people that it's not true.
Those office, I'm not talking about the president's salary.
No, I'm not talking about the president's office. That's not true. It's not true. Go back to the reality. It's not true.
Listen, we will go to the national budget. Listen, we'll go to the national budget.
We're going to let everybody talk at a time, and then we can come out and report.
Everyone at a time. We'll correct that. We'll move on.
But people already know how to be right there when you see online.
Yeah. Listen. Pay attention.
Go ahead.
Liberia is not a poor country as we project it to be. We are not a poor country. Let us be known here.
A poor country that can still got money.
You understand? We do have money. The only reason why the money are given to very few handful of people. We made a conscious decision to buy lawmaker vehicle every 3 years, $45,000 and above. Every 3 years, we do that. All right? We made a constant decision where people will be making $15,000-$20,000 every month, including a generator. Generator is making more money than the 7-7 who is working. A generator makes more money than the 7-7.
Yep.
And then you say we don't have money. The goal here is not to give the people.
But we are trying to teach you to agree that
the goal here is to create more hardship for the people so that they stay where they are. That is the reason why it is what it is. Robert spoke about when you want to follow the process, you still have to pay the people money. Robert, it's not because the people in that place processing your document want to take money from you. It is because the people don't pay them on time, so they themselves came up with a way, even though it's not a right way, but to be able to sustain themselves because they have to go to work, they have to go back home, they have to feed their children at home. I try to do the same thing that I will not bribe anybody in Liberia, but I pay the price because I refuse to bribe. You go to the bank, they receive your own money, they will keep you in the bank. As long as you don't give the bank slip to the security officer and the security officer take that bank slip to the teller, you will be there forever. So this whole thing here is a circus. If an individual come into the country and say, let's do it the right way, they can look at you and say, but what I want, who you think he is? That is the reason why they're not trying to gravitate towards somebody who want to put in a system that will function for everybody. They love this particular thing here. Those are in power now, not the ordinary folks, to control everything. You will hear a man, my man, you heard it, the DEA got to them and said, when you don't bring that thing here, you see, you will not have a job. That's how the DEA boss supposed to talk to the subordinate. No, but because that is the cloud that they created for these people, that you can't say anything. You don't have to say anything. Our neighboring country in Africa, the 7-7, they call it fonctionnaire. They can strike in Africa with no problem. Try that in Liberia, you have no job. You have no job because you strike. Right? But the law says you can express yourself. Well, go express yourself, you have no job the next day. So this whole thing with EPS circumstances, it's not just EPS alone. It's not limited to EPS. It's all government functions. All of it. People don't get paid on time. We heard the other day, what's his name? Professor Larry Kennedy spoke about paying the people bi-weekly here. At least I would give them 26 paycheck in a year compared to a 12 paycheck that they're receiving right now. Right? Pewee, automatically say, oh, it's not possible in Liberia. And Professor Kennedy, to his credit, have to tell you it is possible. Right? They will always say these things are not possible. But experts who have worked in this field, who have expertise, have said these things are possible. It is just because the same people may say it is not possible for us to have a production factory in Liberia where the iron ore will be processed. We need experts. No, you don't need experts. All we need to do is to add value to the product before it gets shipped outside. But bi-weekly salary thing is not a big deal. Liberia can afford it. They just don't want to help the ordinary folks. Now the CSA director came the other day and said, "Oh, we will give you, your salary advancement, but at the rate of 3.5% interest rate for 15 days." The man already struck me. You give me salary advancement, then you're going to take 3.5% off his salary. All these things are not things to help the ordinary Liberian. They are things to create mayhem for them. Introduce a bi-weekly salary payment for the people. Pay them on time. Cut down all the other wasteful spending, high salary, paying for gasoline, for generator, paying for scratch card. Take those things away and pay the people that salary on time. When you start to do that, you will see that the microeconomy, the local economy will start to move and people will be able to move forward. But you're not paying people on time. So Liberia is not a poor country. I can tell you for a fact.
Let hear Tomalin. Tomalin haven't spoken. Let hear for Tomalin.
Be
Guys,
time conscious though. How many minutes allotted for each person?
We'll be back on the show. But let me just go straight into the discussion. Somebody, I think people was speaking, I was monitoring his comments. Prior to coming to the States, I have been working in the security sector for about a year or two at the time of President the immigration. So I understand a lot of stuff, these things.
You security man?
Guy, can you mute your device?
Well, if security is very important. That's why whenever I go into Liberia, I want to take care of my security first. I make sure that if I have a guy.
Somebody got to mute. Somebody got to mute.
Yeah, whenever I go to Liberia, I make sure that I want to take care of my security. If I have a guy there, this guy was given to me from the time I went with Spoon, 2002, and he's been with me for AB Cromans, but he left AB Cromans now, I think. While I was there, he comes to the airport, need me from the airport, he will not leave the country. It's very important. And that person controls your whole life. Your security, your co, your driver, be careful with them. You gotta always take care of them. President Taylor, prior to Samuel Dotan, Taylor time, he used to give the EPS code, he used to get them coat suits, buy them coat suits. They get them their clothes. They were very important about their dress code. So they get them free clothing, they get them rice, and they have insurance and all, life insurance for them all, medical and so forth for them and their families. They took care of them. I don't know what happened in his administration. I don't know, but the security EPS were always taken care of with good pay, the rice, and their clothing. Very important. Because today you have EPS protecting the president, the vice president, the speaker, the deputy speaker, the pro tem, the minister of finance, minister of foreign affairs, the first lady, the second lady, the children of the first and second families. They are having EPS protection. So they are taken well care of. But if you talk about people taking bribe from people who are actually begging, then you ask the question: how many of our? I was listening to Yeke today. B Mountain just paid, gave all lawmakers their money, pay them, get them good money to circumvent the law. B Mountain, pay them good money. Okay, like I said, I challenge you. You might tell me I went to the hospital for money, but on Saturday mornings, they have been the traditional Liberia. Our official government pack their cars to these people's stores.
So many things are providing fines.
They've been begging them, right? Go there and be begging them for money. That's the tradition they've been doing. So, like, if people are not well compensated, you would definitely engage.
And the same thing again, we're talking, you were believing him when he was supporting you. So yeah.
That people got to come clear. I remember, I won't call the business. One of the men business to get in trouble. In Liberia, the man, I asked the man, in Liberia in June. I said, so how's everything? He said, my man, the same thing happened. They come and take your stuff. They put it on credit. They come with their cars then, with the security then. You can't talk. That's what's happening. And it's a tradition in our country that needs to stop. But before I end, one someone, if we're not careful, someone will get up, will hear on the radio, somebody have taken over. Because the disparity in the country is very serious. You can have somebody making $10,000, someone making $150,000. I mean, people got to think. And mind you also who go to Liberia in the night coming from out. They put at the checkpoint. They had the checkpoints there. They in the ring. See that they're in the ring. So now you're traveling. You going in the interior. The people get checkpoints there. They come there, and the people can be easily bribed to infiltrate. So I will reach out to I'll send a message to the same gear. I want to find out about this thing because I know him personally, and I don't. The people that said work in the U.S. All these things you can just you don't do what they call. I think at your job, whenever you have some performance issue, they do what they call training. They put you to training. They're saying for training because to
in-service training, in-service training.
Yeah. Okay. So I think that was needed. The people are. It's I mean that's the nature. How people hustle. The people come in, they walk into your car, chief. Sometimes they will be so professional, and they will say, "Oh, chief, other thing." But lastly, you on the show, right? Let me tell you one of the things you encounter as you travel Liberia now. When you go to the airport, right? I mean, guess what? I was at the airport, and the guy said to the man, said, you know that guy? He said, who? Said the guy trying to solicit something for me. The man said, that man, he said, oh, I know that man. He's a big on spoon, right? And he on this argument now. So guess what? Easy part because they're afraid for you to come put them on blast, to call their names and so forth. So only you experience. When I go to the airport, my luggages, I get it clear. I order that airport quick. And one of the advantages we got by coming here and talking openly, talking publicly about what happened in the country. But I hope the EPS officers will be reinstated. But like Sarah said, when people suspend for time indefinite, you fire. It's what happened to the guys. Other people got suspended time indefinite, and next thing they are fired. So it needs to stop. But else, one month we'll get up and we'll say these guys are getting mad and they want to take over that country.
And I doubt it if they will be reinstated because according to what Dr. Peabody said, they were fired because they felt that they still committed to the former government. So I mean, if that is the case, that's just a no for them. They're not going to come back.
No, but if the communication stated that they are suspended for time indefinite, and I want to believe the EPS chief. This is meant for some disciplinary proceedings.
Absolutely.
Yes, what I would say. That's why for me, in my disposition,
that's disciplinary. Right now, you're going
and the reason why I struck the balance is that I said the guys are well challenged. There's this enormous challenge with the way we incentivize them, right? But again, part of the proceeding of that, we also have to put into place some disciplinary measures. Now, we all time to time talked about malfeasance, misfeasance in the system of public bureaucracy. If there are malfeasance and misfeasance in public bureaucracy, there's time that we put into place measures, and those measures we have to gear towards protecting and bringing some level of synergy to that process and cleaning and bringing sanity to it. While we bring sanity to it, we also have to ensure that the guys are being well taken care of. But meanwhile, we take the disciplinary course to ensure that those malfeasance, misfeasance, and that of waste in public bureaucracy is being curtailed or stemmed, if not curtailed, stemmed completely. But I'm not off with this. Let us say disciplinary proceedings in time indefinite. Now, again, time indefinite can go for 1 year, but you do have, according to the procedure of some labor lawyer would say to you, they have
our law are 6 months.
They have a cutoff point for time indefinite, right? So there's a cutoff point for time indefinite. So I'm sincerely confident that those guys will be brought back, but I want to believe this EPS chief want to bring some level of sanity to bear, and then so that that would be a kind of a.
And I agree with you.
A precedent set.
Our level of sanity,
a precedent set by this
administration. Ain't no sanity.
Waka made it when he said he's intent to fight.
It's
corruption.
It's just a political thing.
Against corruption is to bring some level of that issue within the security apparatus and ensure that they are well regimented, and part of their own regimentation would be to adhere to the principle of ethical.
How transparent Sam gave himself. So that I know sanitary. Firing people is not even paying them. Firing people is not even paying them.
That people that gave some time to do a job, and that's why we.
Well, it doesn't matter giving him time, but then he needs to proceed in a gradual manner. He's firing people. He's not paying them. How you go in a department just fire 200 people and you did not put any mechanism?
And that is wrong.
You are politically driven.
That is wrong. That is
wrong. You are politically driven. That's all he did it for.
200 is actually wrong.
They were
And you don't
investigated.
fire
They
three
were
people and let
investigated.
them waste around the street.
Like,
You
how
encourage
can
robbery.
200 people?
You encourage
They were
robbery.
investigated, though. They were
You
investigated.
They were
encourage
not
them to turn
investigated,
to
man.
Arab.
They were
I don't
They
care
were
investigated.
not
They
investigated.
were not
They
qualified.
were
investigated.
suspended before the investigation.
Now, Peabody, did they disarm them? Are they all disarmed now?
Anthony,
He had
if
not
you were the
disarmed those
president,
people.
if you
No,
were the
they are not.
president,
The guy got arms.
Anthony,
The guy got armed.
It's wrong.
Peabody, let me ask you one question.
It's
If
actually
you were the
wrong for that.
president, will you encourage the EPS, a non-political institution, to wear party paraphernalia?
Man, come on, man. Y'all.
First of all,
But what kind of son
So let me
EPA guy
ask-
will go wear party paraphernalia to work?
But they
I'm
were
gonna
seen
give me 1
wearing
minute.
it,
I
though.
mean, you
They were
have
seen
your
wearing
party
it.
chairman still
In
working.
the
They
Your
will
election.
not do
party
that. They
chairman
will not do
is still
that.
working in your government.
They were wearing it.
Your party chairman still
Your
works.
party
You were
chairman
there?
is still
You were
holding
there?
a
I
government position and
said
a party
EPS
position.
folks.
But the
EPS
party
folks.
secretary. The
The
secretary.
party secretary, I mean,
Still
if
working.
the party secretary gets too much, man. So
But
stop that.
Peabody
Yeah,
is
stop
like
that
that.
hypocrisy.
The
Complete
code of conduct
hypocrisy.
is
You
against
being
that, and you
hypocritical.
still doing it.
You being hypocritical, though.
Abu, do that Tabet state chairman of the party?
You will not answer that question.
Yes, he's still.
No,
He
Anthony
is still
Tillman.
chairman of
No,
the
no,
party.
Anthony,
Anthony,
it's not for
Amos
you.
Ford is still the secretary of the party.
Anthony,
and both
it's
of
not
them
for
still
you.
have a position in the government.
Anthony, hold on with me.
That's not for you.
Abu, the FPRC boss and all of the free the where you work, the National Port Authority board chair. Are they state chairman
Where
and
do I
secretary
work?
general?
Where do I work?
NPA.
The National Port Authority.
I don't
A
work at
public
NPA.
record. Abu, a public record. You work for the National Port
Where do I
Authority.
work?
But man,
Where do I work?
you know MPA payroll.
They may will not answer.
Are they
They
state
now
chairman and
MPA
secretary
payroll.
general?
You know that.
Yeah,
You
get
A public
work-
record. You
you
work
work
for
for
MPA.
Pewee, the law in the code of conduct that states that an official of the party cannot serve in government position.
Mm-hmm.
I think that law will have to be amended because
No. I'm saying it be amended. No.
But your president have
Stop
permanent
that.
fire people. Based on
Until
that same
amended.
record.
Yeah, Lord.
Are they performing party functions during working hours? Are they
Y'all
performing party
not
functions?
getting on Abu. No, not do that. Abu, not do
No.
that.
It didn't say they should perform party function. What it says is section 2.8 of the code of conduct. It's very clear. It says that no party official or no government official is very emphatic here and very self-explanatory. So, I mean, the struggle for us saying that you have to be, the fact that you say you have to be amended, I mean, they're in violation. So let's go ahead.
Meanwhile,
Can I ask Abu?
many
Can I ask?
people-
Can I ask one question, Abu? I'm not trying to put you on the spot. But I want to ask you one question. If you can't answer, don't answer. Before I make my statement, are you on MPA payroll?
Robert?
It's a sticker issue. Okay, I respect that because you're on national radio.
They're receiving the same thing from MPA without going to work.
But Abu, what?
No, man,
You're
I'm
not
going
minister, you're not deputy director.
I'm a smart company, man, go to work.
You're a regular employee for MPA. What's wrong with saying it? That's a public record. What's wrong with that? You're not a minister, you're not deputy director.
You got it.
You
No,
know?
The man went for MPA.
Yeah, I was tell the director, why were you paying the guy last night? I gave them 900,000.
Deputy director for corporate services.
But I read you that Abu El. Are we read that? Lucrative.
But you can see Abu face shiny. You can see that looking.
The man got 3,000. More than $3,000 salary.
Abu can be
Let's talk about a very important topic. Let's leave Abu. Let's go to
Abu can be here 4 o'clock on the dot waiting for TCA.
No.
And the corporate office, is not better now is so you show that most of our constituents are coming from the diaspora, right? Abu got oversight on those things, so you show that folks are not paid.
I have no idea. I have no idea on the session you made, Pewee. I have no idea on the session you made.
Let me say this though.
Abu, you're on a popular radio. We will follow all your document and force it. If you don't, you have the opportunity to come clean that or the public will come with deception.
Thank you.
How many more time we got on the radio? Because it's 7:32.
Maybe how long we got? The guys then.
8 more minutes.
That's 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock.
Okay, so let me say this. This will be my last comment on this. I'm not sure what's the next topic, but at the embassy today, in their statement, they said something at the end that I found to be troubling. But is it possible? Yes, it's possible, because a lot of these guys are still armed, right? He said that the dismissal of 215 EPS agents without their lawful benefits poses a national security threat to the peace and security of this country.
Who's saying that, Rob?
This is the spokesman. I think he read the petition at the U.S. Embassy today.
Okay.
Called the U.S. Embassy to get involved. I was privileged to have been in one of those meetings. I can't say much about it, where they met with the Speaker of the House of Representatives, asking for the Speaker's intervention. And I know the Speaker said that he was going to do something. A few weeks ago, we spoke about this same issue when they said they had exhausted all effort to have national leaders get involved. Nothing has been done. We shouldn't play with our peace and security in the country. And people are hungry. What they always say, a hungry man is an angry man. Some of us are blessed. I don't know when was the last time I was hungry. When people are hungry, they do things. They do things that are unexpected. And mind you, the peace and security in our country is still very fragile, because no government, whether it's the Unity Party or the CDC, have already put in place a reintegration, rehabilitation program, national program for ex-combatants to technically train them and employ them. So a lot of these guys are still out there. Any opportunity to cause chaos. I'm not. This is not what I want, because we've made a lot of investment. We're building our homes in our country. Some of us are building homes. We don't want to retire yet. I don't want to be here 50 years old working in this country. I want to go back home, living a luxurious life. And yes, I will live a luxurious life. And if you don't come walk up on my car, because I come from a place where we self-defense is very important for us. We can defend ourselves. We will defend ourselves. But those guys are those guys are dangerous. That's all they know.
So Raul, tell them in Liberia be armed, man.
I will protect. Yeah, don't walk up to my car, Tomalin. I would rather protect myself, especially when I'm with my wife, my beautiful wife. And then a few years from now you add kid to it. We there. You don't try. I will protect myself. I'm not playing. But we don't want an environment like that. A lot of these guys, all they need is opportunity. Just give them opportunity. I always tell my kids, my students, the only difference between you and I is because I was given opportunity and I took advantage of my opportunities. Opportunity doesn't just mean you came to America, because I know a lot of people who come to America, their lives have not even grown. They have not seized any opportunity given to them in this country. So it's not just about coming to America. Opportunities can be found in Liberia if we provide the environment for them. But when you start playing with these guys who livelihood depended on their jobs, and you are firing them for political reasons, on top of that, you have refused to pay them what is rightly due to them, what they have worked for. In this country, a lot of people live paycheck to paycheck. You saw what happened when COVID-19 happened. A lot of people could not pay their rent the following week when they didn't get a paycheck. The government had to intervene.
So true.
So you start playing with people's money, that people's livelihood. This could cause some serious security threat. So when you see these guys making these statements publicly at the U.S. Embassy and begging their intervention, they are not joking. They are there for reasons. They inserted those languages there for a reason. So my people, our country, we've got to be very careful. You fire the man and you owe the man outstanding, pay the man. Let the man go by his business.
Exactly.
That's all I would say.
Yeah. Robert. In fact, let me make the announcement. Anybody who knows the EPS guys that was fired, if you want to link up with them, we'll be glad to bring them on the show as well. We'll be glad to bring them. The other four that was suspended are saying that they were not suspended because of begging for money. They were suspended because one of the senior officers said that they believe they still are loyal to the former government. And you fire these and you suspend these people. The thing is, Director Gay should be at the EPA.
The short statement made about public sentiment.
And I believe them. I believe them. I think
that's the job. That's his. He should be at EPA. That's the job he knows. You take him and put him at executive protection services. He come out. The first thing he's doing, he's firing everybody from there. Firing and bringing his own people in.
Firing everybody.
Yeah, but what I advise us to do that.
Stop it.
He fire everybody.
200 is a significant amount of people. You take him and fire, say these people are not qualified.
What I would advise for now is to not allow those guys. That's my advice to them, to not come on the show now. Try to exhaust other means because it is.
No, let it come. Sylvester, let it come.
No, the one that was suspended.
Why the one that was suspended? Go back to work.
No,
the one that was suspended.
It will come to compromise the integrity. 1 minute. It will come to compromise the process of because that's a paramilitary force. They cannot discuss.
I can't.
No, but the government should consider that, Sylvester. All these things should be under consideration when you do.
My advice for them to exhaust all other means for coming on the show.
Stevie, you're right. We're not going to bring the guy that was suspended. But the one that was bring him.
Oh yeah,
for 11 months.
Yeah,
Sylvester.
Yes.
Sylvester, the one that was dismissed for 11 months. They've exhausted
all guys can come. Those guys can come.
Yeah. But these guys that are suspended, they're looking at this. They're looking at how the government has treated the other ones for 11 months ago.
Right.
I urge them to exercise some patience for now and exhaust all the internal mechanisms.
And Jallah, it's not just Liberia. You walk up on me right in America, don't do it. It's not safe. Don't do it. So that I think you're talking. I ain't like, bro, you Jallah.
Robert, leave one man. I Robert gun. You get it. You want to be? Don't mind me. Robert gun. Don't mind it, man. That people you make it.
Let's go to the next topic.
Don't listen to Jabba Bell. Jabba Bell is well protected. That man, that man is what? Don't listen to him.
Guys, let's go to the next topic. I think that one will take us home. The Supreme Court has said tomorrow, as it did, to come up with a ruling on the
I see Ben with your glasses, even smiling. You know, Ben got some good news.
We're working the phones. We're working the phones, my brother.
This smiling.
Now you and JP working the phone.
Yeah, we got 20 more minutes to go. Tomorrow, the Supreme Court. Let me make this announcement, guys. Let me make this announcement.
Please calm everyone, please. Please calm everyone.
Let me make the announcement, guys. Again, the guys are sacrificing in the studio to be there with us. I mean, it's almost 1 o'clock.
No, we shouldn't forget about it, man. Christmas coming close.
We are asking you guys for a small gift, 10, 20, or anything you can help us with, so that we can just show love to these guys in Liberia, that they can take something home to their family or to their,
Peabody, like, can you play the mobile money number? I will try to get all this on the video and do it.
Hey, Abu, I was working for we're not doing that, but the aim is to just help these guys for Christmas. We don't need anything.
That money that they came on Esau.
We rather don't need anything.
Peabody, 1 minute, please. Somebody told me, Jana. Somebody told me, Jana, say, we hitting the other EPA minute for begging. They will begging to send money to the other people too.
Listen, we're doing the professional part. No, they want a fundraiser. A professional begging fundraiser. That's what a professional one. Professional begging fundraiser.
They say the EPA. They say the EPA.
Hey. I said, can we stop? Can we stop? The princess has shown
on TV. She was we got the show on TV, and also she keep running down and she said, I see you on TV. On TV.
Hey, baby girl.
What's up, baby? You all right?
What's up, girl?
Nice.
She loves her dad.
School going good?
That my kind of, my beautiful niece, you can't walk up on us. You'll be dead.
Yeah, so you need to address it. The party is very concerned. They say you want to clarify, is there considered begging to or what?
It's fundraiser. It's fundraiser. It's fundraiser.
All right. And the city of EPA may be doing it. No. Uniform.
Samantha, the EPA men were not doing fundraiser. Instead of begging. We did the professional. We did fundraiser.
You want a professional begging, right?
Yeah. It's not professional. It's legal.
Why the Supreme Court is wasting time with this ruling? I don't get it.
Okay, I think we need to discuss the Supreme Court thing because it allowed.
Let us talk on the Supreme Court. Let us talk on it.
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, 2 minutes. Yeah.
All right. So for me, I think the Supreme Court have put herself in a corner now that looks so skeptical, and no matter what happens tomorrow, there'll be a lot of doubt. So, but besides the doubt, she still needs to do the right thing. And for this case, for the fact that this case has 2 other precedents, more people think, including me, that there is only one way that this thing is supposed to go. And I think if the thing turns out to go the other way, there'll be a lot of complaint. Again, I'm not a lawyer, but I think the way how the Supreme Court ran with this whole thing, with the lack of clarity on and delay, more suspicion. But I hope and pray that they will do the right thing come tomorrow. Thank you.
Yeah, anybody? Let's join in. Abu, John, come in, Abu.
I've never doubted the judgment of the Supreme Court. I don't intend to doubt the judgment of the Supreme Court. Like I said on yesterday, Supreme Court being a final arbiter of rule of law and giving whatever that existed between Funati and our anti-Funati blocks. I think the court is the court should be mitigating internal conflict, both from the legislature, the executive, and so far what we were told today, tomorrow the court will be handing the final ruling. So whatever way it goes, let us concede and we move forward as a country. The legislature cannot be strangulating the government because the budget presented to the legislature. So we just have to await the ruling on the court tomorrow. I don't want people thinking that the court has been manipulated, as it was said by one of the critics of our regime yesterday. The same court ruling for that court favored earlier. So tomorrow, if the court does not rule in court favor, it doesn't mean that the court, the decision was influenced by people from the executive. I trust the judgment of the 5 distinguished personalities on the bench of the Supreme Court, and they will rule in conformity of the Constitution. So far, I think yes. Let's wait for tomorrow.
Anthony.
Oh. Thank you, Dr. Peabody. Like I said yesterday, I'll re-emphasize that Article 49 was not ambiguous. It was clear who the presiding officer is. You don't build a house from the roof. You build a house from the foundation. And the foundation here is the presiding officer. And once we already know who the presiding officer is, anything that is done outside of the presiding officer is not recognized. It's not a forum. It's not a plenary. It is a meeting. So the fundamental of this problem started from there. Any ruling that gave the majority bloc, and I want to be on record again, that the majority black is right, we will have 2 speakers. We will also have 2 presidents in our country. We will have 2 of everything. If they give a ruling tomorrow that is ambiguous, that is not clear, that may seem, is leaning the speaker side of fanatical side or the majority black side, and leave people in the middle like that, it will create even more chaos. The Constitution cannot be rewritten tomorrow. The Constitution, if any amendment has to be done, it has to be done through a referendum. And as it stands today, the Constitution is above the Supreme Court. Even though the very Constitution gave the Supreme Court the authority to be the higher arbiter of the land. So, having said that, the 5 justices on the bench, your integrity is on the line. The Constitution must be protected in order for us to have a functioning society. We need to have rules and regulations that govern us. Even in the ghetto, there are leaders. In the very ghetto, even war that are fought, the Geneva Convention gave rules of engagement. Military that use weapons have rules of engagement, let alone the quote-unquote political theater. There are rules and regulations also in that very theater. Yep. I want to yield back my time. Thanks for having me.
Sarah.
Yes, I also concur exactly with what Anthony said. I believe the Supreme Court will do the needful, the right thing. That is to be on the side of the law, regardless of politics. Politics is politics, but politics, the rule of law oversees politics. So I think the Supreme Court will do the right thing. The 5 justices that are over there, they should be thinking about the future of our country, the future of our children, how our country is structured the way it is. A lot of things are not in place. And that ruling tomorrow will decide, technically to me, it will decide a way forward, whether we got a country that will continue to be lawless or we are a country that will be, conform to the rule of law. And that is my line of thinking, and I think that's what they're going to rule on.
All right, Sylvester, let's see what happened tomorrow. Got 10 more minutes. What happened tomorrow?
Basically, tomorrow we will be anticipating some ruling coming out from our highest court. That's the biggest court of our land. So basically, we look forward to allowing them to do things to preserve and protect our democracy and the Constitution. They're there to defend the Constitution of our country. So for now, I will remain quiet and wait for the outcome tomorrow. I know very well that tomorrow we'll wake up from there, hearing the news of victory out of Monrovia that this is this. But I know that I think on this show tonight, it's 3 since we're 9 on this show tonight. We all going to look at it from different perspectives. Raul going to be pleased tomorrow. Probably I will be disappointed. But one thing I will say, and also Madam Dopo will also say, this the other way around. But one thing I will say is that we will all have our individual perspective on this issue. But one thing we are going to do tomorrow, after tomorrow, we're going to respect the ruling from the court. That's one of the things that is always going to happen. So I'm going to wait to see this process. I'm going to close on this level, wait to see what the court is going to say tomorrow. But I'm not going to be surprised with tomorrow ruling for me personally. That's my feeling. And the reason why the court delayed this way, there have been some serious pressure beyond the court. That's why the court delayed. This thing shouldn't have delayed. There have been some pressure on the court. And everywhere in the world, Supreme Court can really be pressure sometimes. And sometimes they take their time, absorb all of the pressure, and strike the balance there, and the people will move and debate the issue all over the place. I can imagine how we'll feel tomorrow about what will happen tomorrow in Monrovia at the very high shop on the ground of the capital day. Those passionate supporters, those that are very passionate about Kofa, those that are passionate about the other side. There are folks on the other side that believe that Kun can be speaker, so they happen. So they pray to God and some people to rule that Kun remain the speaker because their own power will start with ball. The same thing, the person that just told me about the whole thing about the begging thing. Begging can go to a different level. The team come inside drift to send money for the minute Christmas. We come and beg up together and send. Our foreign minister will go in other country and beg.
You're not begging, man. Stop.
We're not begging, we're soliciting. We're not begging.
Okay, you will call it soliciting, right? And other people will call it what?
I mean, I'm calling charity.
The begging is coming to you and says, give me money, but I beg you, give me $10.
Oh, what do the
begging?
What do the
What do you
No.
So raising fund I want. You begging?
It's not begging.
When you raising fund,
chief.
okay,
I mean, y'all gonna do the definition. Raising fund and begging is two different words. I'm begging.
I have a different show what I want. Can we
come on, man. When our president leave from Monrovia, go to China and say we want this, I think what are you doing?
Yeah, but we're not Joe Buck.
Let me
ask you this question. What do you expect from that ruling tomorrow?
So yes, my anticipation tomorrow. What I'm expecting from the ruling tomorrow, I will expect that the ruling going to say, and many people don't want to hear this, that the Supreme Court going to change her style of precedent tomorrow. That the majority black is where the quorum is.
Exactly.
That's my anticipation tomorrow. What the Supreme Court going to do?
If that happens, we'll have two speakers, two presidents.
Where the quorum?
I'll get you 10.
You pushed me to say it. That's what I said. That's my belief what's going to come out tomorrow. And I would be very surprised if they didn't do that tomorrow.
And people are confident.
Okay, that's a better opinion.
That's my opinion, right?
That's a better opinion.
That's what I'm hearing. Yeah.
But is that the law? Is that what the law says?
Absolutely not.
Robert, go ahead.
Go ahead, Rob.
Absolutely not.
The law compromise already.
The law, you know, Sylvester. First of all,
I am partner of everybody.
Sylvester, the Supreme Court have been paying attention, and I'm sure that they have been briefed that the so-called place where the quorum is have not conducted session because of lack of quorum.
Today,
yes. No, but you said the ruling has not been done yet.
I concur with you, right? What I'm saying, you're right.
Never written the ruling, so
even today they didn't work.
So as we speak right now, if and I don't even think that's what they're going. I don't even think that.
I'm correct. You see why I'm correct? Before you come in, my brother, come on, before you come in. You see why I'm correct? I did not score a side. I said the Supreme Court will say. You see, I'm hearing the line before the began to say. The Supreme Court said the side I have the quorum.
Yeah, but the Supreme Court, even let's assume.
But let Rob make a point now.
Go ahead.
Let's assume they have 40 or whatever that the quorum. The Supreme Court cannot just say, right, that the side that has quorum, guess it's the right side, right? That's not that they can't do that. You know why they can't do that?
No,
because then there will be neglecting the rules and the laws as stated, not just legislatively, but even the Constitution.
Okay.
I don't think the Constitution protects what has occurred, and there's no such thing as majority black. So the Supreme Court, I think, in my opinion, have got to rule and be guided by the law.
Okay.
And I concur with Anthony and Sarah. There is nothing that they can say contrary to the law. That's just my opinion. And I'm so optimistic of this, that that these guys, that there are lots of things that are wrong with our country. Corruption, political influence, all kinds of things are wrong with our country. And I think in this moment, they understand the weight that is on their shoulders, that they are Liberians who don't care about the politics. They care about moving the country in the right direction. Politics is done now, right? Election was over almost 13 months ago. Right now, we're in the place where we're looking for leadership. We got 5 more years or so before the next election happens. So I don't think there should be influence or pressure politically. I think they should focus on the law, that ruling tomorrow must be guided only by the law, and they must do the right thing in the interest of our country. That's what I expect tomorrow. Anything of the contrary, I think I'll go on the record and say this. This whole idea, anything the Supreme Court says, we must respect. I cannot, with good conscience, sit on this platform when I have thousands of people listening to me, people who respect me, and say, well, even if the Supreme Court ruling is contrary to the law or not guided by the law, I must respect. No. The Supreme Court is there to interpret the law. They're not to give political opinions. We are giving our political opinions here. We are not lawyers. But they are there to interpret the law. Even those lawmakers have interpreted the law their own way. They are there to set the record straight with absolutely no influence whatsoever. And so that's what I expect tomorrow, that they will be guided by the law and they will respect the processes and the rules as stated. They must ensure that the speaker gets due process. And based on what we've seen so far, in the ruling that supports what has happened in the so-called majority bloc will be a chaotic ruling, because as we speak right now, that particular bloc has broken. That bloc has broken. They're no longer together. Which is the reason why you have no quorum today. They can't have no session because folks are not showing up. So I hope in the interest of our country, I hope in the interest of leadership, I hope in the interest of the people, the Supreme Court will rule on the law. And that's what I expect tomorrow. That's what I expect tomorrow.
Ben, Jonah, go ahead. Yeah, Jonah.
You know, I think they will do the right thing, and I want to believe the right thing is to go by the law. However, you know, can you imagine the four other judges who are not the Chief Justice coming up and then say, you know what, we will gang up at Giza and make one of us to be the Chief Justice today. Is it possible? No, it's not supposed to happen. But if the justice allowed that to happen to the speaker, then that means that these other four persons are also gang up against you and say, you know, we do not have confidence in you today, so you are not the Chief Justice. That's kind of like we will be doing things like we are the lowest level of animals in our country. And I don't think those people will do it. One thing that I would say about what Jacob Kehleboe has been doing, and in psychology, it's not everything that you say or you do have to be true when it comes to strategy. Things you have to put something out there, even if it's not close to the truth, but if there are some elements of truth in it, and you want people to be aware that, look, we're watching, people are hearing you, and they don't go about use that same strategy during the election before the results of the election. They got called by the king out and did that same strategy. So if he's hearing something again that, you know, people were trying to get money, whether it was true or not, I think that strategy is working, and I hope the Supreme Court will do the right thing, which will be to rule on the side of the law. Thank you.
No, because I want 30 seconds to people about it. Because I believe that they will do the right thing in the midst of corruption, massive corruption. I think it's a talk to the intelligence and the honorable bench, the Supreme Court, to even suggest that they could possibly be influenced by $1 million to somehow go contrary to the law. I think that's an insult. So, in as much as Jacob Kehleboe might have some insight, have some information that we are not privy to, I don't want to one second think that the Supreme Court will put their own integrity on the line because of $900,000 or $400,000 because we are watching them. We are watching them. I trust that nothing contrary to the law will be.
Just one second. We lack our doors because hold on now. Not because we do not have police or securities around, But even though there are securities around, we still lack out those so that people cannot be. So yes, we trust the Supreme Court, but at the same time, we're going to keep our eyes open. And Martin Luther also talks about, unjust laws. There are certain laws, if they are unjust, we will go against it. And I can promise them, if they try it, we'll go against anything that is called to doing the right thing. Thank you.
I will go ahead.
It's unfortunate that Rao is setting a stage at the Supreme Court will not do the right thing tomorrow. These are distinguished personalities.
He didn't say they will not do the right thing.
I come in. He said he will be surprised if the Supreme Court does not rule in favor of Funati. That's how I see it. Because according to Funati, the pro-Funati folks, they go to the Supreme Court asking the Supreme Court to intervene with regard to the removal of Funati. Said the process was not done in accordance with the law. So the Supreme Court should interpret the law. So here's why I foresee after tomorrow ruling, if it should go the Funati way. These guys who are orchestrating the removal of Funati, I'm saying they will not say honor Funati Garguah. If Funati should win, they will not say honor Garguah. But there are precedents that when Eddie Starler, Eddie Snow were removed as speaker, that was the same methodology they used. They did not sit under the Garguah of them. And they said, in as much we are more than the pro Tyler and pro Snow at the time, and obviously you have to step aside because when you don't have the number to conduct session or have quorum, you are powerless. So I just want to get out straight.
Well, that is a different circumstances. Those other people voluntarily resign. Speaker Kofa has vowed not to resign. And there are regiments within the Constitution also that give the Speaker the power to make these people to come to work. If they rule in his favor and they refuse to come to work, he can declare that position vacant. So if they want to play that hardball, we are here to play that hardball.
All right. Yeah, what I think.
That's what I see.
Yeah. Okay, guys. I don't know what I think we should be going now. But yeah, what I think. Any decision that is outside against Speaker Kofa, I would say the Supreme Court was compromised. Now,
and that's the problem.
No, it's not a problem. It's a fact, Sylvester.
That's wrong. You don't do that.
No.
Sylvester, we are going by the Constitution.
You get a point.
I
give everybody a chance here. I give everybody a chance to get an opinion.
That's not a people that
No, you cannot be making short
Everybody get an opinion.
No, you can't do that.
Everybody get an opinion. Then that $1 million is true. That's why, like I said, that's 900,000.
Now you see, now it will be a difficult the honorable Supreme Court.
Somebody come with a London allegation about somebody getting now get
there is no way the Supreme Court says Richard Cohen is speaker.
No. I agree.
So how would that be right? How would that be law?
Right, you guys are not getting my point. My point is, if you said if the ruling is anywhere around against the other side, then why the Supreme Court is here? It's possible the Supreme Court will get opinion. What I'm saying, I agree. The election to bring Speaker Kofa, Speaker, not Speaker. The election about this whole, I know you call him Speaker because I don't consider him
exactly
speaker.
Representative.
The election to bring Representative Kuhn. I'm like, oh man, why should I bo? That's not to bring. It is illegal. It's not a legitimate process. No matter what will happen tomorrow, somehow tomorrow, I still believe, and that's what I believe personally, the Supreme Court will say that we have to be a new election for a speaker.
But at the end of the day, Funati Kofa remains Speaker of the 55th Legislature.
Yes.
If the Speaker is watching, Mr. Speaker.
Exactly. He is.
Mr. Speaker, we will join you. We will fight this thing to the very end. The law is the law. And again, I trust that the Supreme Court will rule on the side of the law. Not on the side of Speaker Kofa or the majority black,
on the side
of the law.
The law is the law.
Being on the side of the law means that Speaker Kofa remains the speaker.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the law is
we can't sugarcoat this thing. This thing is clear.
All right, guys.
So okay,
Richard Conlow as speaker. Richard Conlow as someone can be speaker.
What is it? What is the exact time tomorrow?
Sylvester, Richard called that someone give me speak. The man know the ref on left. He don't know the ref on left. That's
no. When it comes to that process, Bo is a serious element. It's intellectual, right?
No. I can't take him serious.
It can be so cool.
He's a representative, so he can be.
Abu, you can tell Richard come serious.
3 p.m. It's going to be 3 p.m. Liberian time, around 12.
Is a legislative flow for it.
Yeah, it's going to be 3 p.m. Liberian time. So we'll be monitoring it. Good thing I'm off tomorrow.
We'll already be up. That would be about 8 p.m. That would be 11.
Abu, we're not you know that, right? Like, brother,
it's gonna be 11.
10 a.m. 10 a.m. Yeah.
10 a.m.
East
The class.
It's 5 hours.
Yesterday, I forgot.
Guys, look, I want to thank everybody for helping us.
I don't have a number though. I don't have a number.
Guys, thank Abu.
I don't have a number.
Abu, say you want to be part of the fundraiser and connect to the guys that in Liberia.
You on Facebook?
Yeah, please do. I will try to.
You on Facebook? Send me a message on Facebook. Find my name on Facebook. Send me a message.
Guys, you see? All right, okay, I'll do.
Guys, y'all don't forget, man. $10, $20 watching this show to help the guys in Liberia. This is our part of fundraiser. Please do that. We really want to help these guys. But guys, thank you so much for coming, all of you guys. It's a pleasure having you guys on tonight. Y'all keep it going because I can do 5 days a week, and you guys have been very passionate in helping us carry the way. Appreciate all of you guys, and wish you guys a very good night. Very good night. And then Abu will talk. So let's keep in touch. Abu, if you got somebody else who want to join you, Abu, to help. You can bring them on. We'll be glad to bring them. Because I give it an open book.
Abu is adequate doing the representation.
Yeah, he's doing well. He is. He's doing well representing. You got a lot of
for corporate social
affairs. The social corporate affair. Abu.
Yeah. Okay.
Guys,
I know we
have a good night.
That's not my position, Peabody.
Huh?
That's not my position. I don't have position in government.
I will send message on message.
All right, guys.
All right.
Too many today. You got on the phone. What if you get it?
Too many can reappear and disappear.
You got on the phone.
Yeah, too many that the whole show. Just go on phone. That show. Let the guys come back and take over the show. We done for the night, though. We done.
Wait a minute, go on. One guy that run now.
They just left. They actually just left. They just left the radio. The radio off right now. They just left. All right, guys. They gotta do what they do very well. We gotta do something for them. Definitely, we'll do something for them.
Yeah, we have to do that. But I thought we.
Too many things that I said. You got 2 different announcements.
I thought, I come in too many quickly, man. I hope we need to start on anything. I see some report on. I know that negative propaganda, right? Talking about Tomal.
That's a lie, man.
Yeah,
it's a lie, man.
Peter Bima did post regarding that.
Oh, Jallah did post.
No, Peter Bima. Peter
Bima. What he said?
He said the information is untrue.
Okay,
and it shouldn't be lying like that. I don't support that.
I know that's a propaganda. I know that.
Yeah,
I don't support that kind of lie, man. I don't. It's wrong. They shouldn't be lying on each other like that. I don't support it.
Bad.
I don't care how you disagree.
Not go that far, man. Someone was for her. It's terrible.
Yeah, that was total lie. And I don't agree with that. You can disagree, but don't make up those kind of bad lies. Yeah, I mean that's not good. That's bad. All right, ladies and gentlemen, guys, I'm out. I'm going. I gotta go to my potato cream for.
Okay. So many that's it talking over, man. You don't even know we don't have.
I've been talking. You don't hear me. I was muted. Oh.
Yeah, because that's why on the phone. So they're gonna talk. You know what I mean?
No, listen, Myean talk all, but tomorrow we cautiously with the outcome of the Supreme Court.
So what's your anticipation?
Well, I believe Supreme Court will rule in accordance with the law. The Supreme Court will give opinions. So tomorrow they interpret it and say that they should go back to status quo ante. They want to remove the speaker is their right, but they should do it the right way, get him a due process. He must be heard. He must face his accusers. And then after the debate, and that's where they're afraid. Because you speak to the guys then from the so-called majority black. I want to ask them about why you guys can't put the thing on the floors. You won't get it for the now. What?
They will fail.
They will fail. So that's
and when they fail, they cool off.
What the rumor there's executive should actually, they're actually trying to really influence the Supreme Court justice. I think it's wrong. It's a bad precedent. I don't think they should be engaged in such a thing. Because look, as I said to you today, anything happen in that country though, we should not take it for a joke.
Somebody not doing happy, man.
You stop saying that thing, my man. I'm tell you what I'm telling you because I've been happy. No, I'm telling you.
Our mind is made up. Nobody will be very boy.
People become disenchanted. They become dissatisfied. The disparity in the living condition of the people is not.
Where's mind made up? Not to return to war to mine.
It's not war, but man, somebody can get mad and say they want to change. They want to see. Man, they get copycats. What happened in Burkina Faso? What happened in Guinea? What happened in Mali? The copycats can find from there. Somebody can go to this country there and meet and say, but you're wasting time. Don't do this wrong. You gotta be mindful. You can't just dismiss it like that. I'm telling you. Because and the people they'll say, but you got legitimate reason to do what you want to do because you guys are not treated fair. So that's why it's important that everybody get involved in this thing. And we should stop saying that Oppo can do nothing. You know? I'd be frank. Because what happened today, the Apple canceled a trip to Liberia for the holiday. Do you know that? Do you know what it means?
Because of the speaker removal saga.
People are afraid to go Liberia. They feel that
because of the speaker removal saga.
I'm telling you, I'm not joking. I don't play the friends that want to go Liberia.
And I'm going to be chaotic now.
Oh, because they feel that things to get out of hand.
Yeah. And I would apparently the reason why the country, all with the governing establishment, will also ensure time to time that there's stability in the country. Because when there's this cloud of instability, it pushes away investors and potential elements that need to come to the country to beat the country economy moving forward. There's the tendency, and that's the reason why there's no cloud of doubt in terms of the sanity of the security in the country. Those things scare away people. That is true.
Abu, look, I got a friend right now. He from the States, but he's visiting Kenya right now. That guy was showing me stuff in Kenya today. My man will be on time. Look, the guy said, Georgie, Kenya, you think in America too. He showed me. He's stopping in an Airbnb. I'll put a picture tomorrow. We'll get a chance tomorrow. $35 US. Just for he paying for a day. In that brother, $100, we charge $100 a day in that country.
So in that brother, $200.
See that? The guy was showing Pewee. The guy showed me. The guy said on the video. He said, look at the bedroom I in. Everything is inclusive. You can give me the generator sound. You got Lofa Julius, women. The generator sound. Oh, you see, but we're taking about joking in our country. Man, look, we behind time. Man, we behind time. All do fighting for money. Fighting for money. Oh, money. But the other country are moving. Do you know why Biden went to Angola for? Yeah, because it's a network. Some real.
Yeah, there's a multi-billion-dollar real that comes in. You
want to make sure that
seven countries.
Make sure that
Angola used to be one of the attractive African countries.
No, but some years back, 20 years ago, Angola will lose. Now today they are a hub of development.
Man, we'll be on time.
Rwanda and other things.
We'll be on time. We're taking it for a joke. Every Franco.
I thought you go, man.
We'll be on time.
Already concluded.
We can't continue to live like that. It's not fair to the country. But look at the budget. All the money going towards payment, salary payment. Oh,
you guys came back?
You know?
They're already wrapping up.
The budget gets small, and that's the reason we take salary for them, not even for development.
I mean,
it's still 800 million. It's
because, you know,
pathetic.
People establish leadership. That's why you see, from yeah. When Cummings was talking during the campaign, he said, "Let us eat last." He laughed. Focus on the important thing that the priority of the country. Look at JFK. Look, JFK. If it was a serious country, that whole country, that hospital will be renovated now and equipped. Look, when JFK was built, I wonder what you're living that time. When JFK was built, people used to come from other countries to come to JFK for treatment, for surgery.
I heard that.
Yes. Even our Universal Liberia, the Louis Arthur Grand School of Law, AMWT College of Medicine. We have foreign people who come from different countries to come to learn to attend LU. I think what top? No joke. But this time it's a joke. Look at the guy was talking. This guy, how they call him, Lester Tenney. How the people were just bribing to get people to graduate. Yeah. Yeah. The guy said try to bribe him and he resisted. And he's having a problem with the people. I mean, how you do such a thing like that? And it's the people are just struggling because just now you go like bro now you are they get a group and then they carry drum to go meet you. He's organized. He'll be famous. No face t-shirt for me. I come in there. They carry the buses there. You arrive like bro, they just singing. They singing song. Yeah. They singing song behind you. All day. They say yeah. They singing song. They say come
now when you come to that room, you have a security behind you too. You remember when I went to Kehleboe and you had a security behind you?
I told you before, I don't go abroad and be vulnerable. I will not try that. If I when I go abroad, I make sure I get my taser and my pepper spray. Ask my guy to tell you that travel with me. They got it with them. Yeah, oh yes. Oh, I went. So now I walk in some area there. I said, tell the person, me. I hold in my hand. So you test me. I open up. I wouldn't joke. I said, somebody can put me at gunpoint. I can't jack him and grab me. Oh man, you don't take chances.
But I got a concern though. I got a concern.
What are you concerned?
Representative Kehleboe.
Yeah.
At time we add numbers. Accused decent statement both in government and private sector.
The mayor is not yet to defend.
In a removal of the speaker. So you have to bring on this platform. He owe it to the public.
He coming. Yeah, coming.
You have to bring into the platform. Let him sustain she claim. Let him sustain she claim with 5.
He coming. You know Yeke is fearless. He coming. But you know one thing one thing we do in our country, you know it is impossible. It's impossible to say the evidence here. If you myself go to Black G, no evidence there. Nobody.
But you have to shoot video footage because you say you saw somebody if you go.
That's what. You know it's not possible. It's not possible. All they teaching and here and there. You think that it's possible for people to have evidence?
Let me say something. Look, to hide money in that country for a group of people, for over 30 persons that were in a Kabul, and one guy exposing. The rest of the group were able to hide this thing. Now, up to this point, the only person that came out is that one guy.
Which money you talking about?
But Ben, let me tell you something. Ben, people don't know the guy who exposed it, the guy who exposed Luther. I know the guy very well. First of all, that guy, he works with the UN system. If he worked for a long time in the UN system, okay, he is financially the guy is to be from you. He's not in that house there because of money. No. Okay, number one. Number two, for people to say the man was trying to make out for what? Luther, that's not Luther. That's not how you operate.
No. He doesn't.
In fact, you know what they did? They did, right? Our Clarence, I think Clarence and the guy and Colette. The guy say he had guys then driving behind him. So watch what they have been discussing. They drove behind the guy. They killed in the car now with the guy now. The guy he had another car. He rented another car. The guys were behind. Say you're telling us. You keep telling us. The guy don't want. They want to do money business. And the minute the guy arrived at the place, and I did. He was also just people took from there. The guys by the time they gave him the money, by the time he looked around, for bag, he put the money in. He jumped from the car. Then Kola said, roll. Then his security said, no, he's not roll. Then Kola then joined the car and took off on that with speed. Come on, man. And then you said
This guy's man.
Man.
All right.
I don't believe all of that, man.
It's dangerous. It's not good for the country.
What will you believe? Abu, what will you believe? Even right now, if we even told you that Braga name is just a Braga, you will say, no, that's not true. I mean,
My man, the man defending his president, but yo, stop, man. Why are you getting man hard down? Yeah.
What tell me believe I do?
The man defending his
I
president.
go speak a lot against you. Tell me, I'm gonna last go I speak against you.
No, that one not true now. But now you know the bad people.
Yes,
now, but you just said the character.
Where he working at? The best of Liberian citizen. Yeah, where
I don't work with
yeah, but what about the man? The thing that I think you're missing, the man supported his government won, and he get a right to work. He want to work. Election got consequences. The man took aside. You Ben, coming that one, you will be chilling too. Ben
supported comics?
Oh man. What?
Yes, supported Canada is not market to.
They're not Bitcoin, man. And I big
oh, you got that market to
Thank God, I'm not the one that said it today.
You see, Liberia is the only country that you have someone of that qualification, someone of that he's an asset. And we say, he's not marketable. Yeah. Liberia is this. I mean, I don't
know. Abu, to be frank, Abu, right now, they come with president right now. You know what would have happened? First of all, that'd be frank.
It would have been different, definitely.
Look, the man is on loud.
So you think you're going to let teach and bring?
No, he was not just going to teach it. He was going to. There would have been instant confidence in certain
plans right away.
There would have been instant confidence. One upcoming strength. But I was just end on that note because I got to run. One upcoming strength is, and I think that's his most strength, and that's what Liberia really is lacking, right? Is private capital.
Yes.
Cummings was going to be able to mobilize private capital to come into that country. The reason is very simple, because private capital don't like noise. They like confidence. They like to see confidence. They want to see that the person at the helm speaks the language. Understand? You see why Rwanda is thriving? You see why these countries are thriving? Is because Kagame speaks their language. William Ruto speaks the language. Nana Akufo-Addo speaks the language. These guys, in fact, when they travel to this country, they spend less time in Washington, D.C. They go to Silicon Valley. They go to New York. Meeting venture capitalists.
Who win Ghana election?
It's clear. It's clear.
I think Mahama is the front runner. But I will tell you this. But never underestimate an incumbent party.
They will beat the incumbent this time around. It's what deal. The Ghanaians are angry.
You talk to Ghanaians, they are telling you, say,
giving the current reality, the incumbent cannot win.
Yeah, the current reality, the Ghana city is tanking. The country is hard.
It's bad. They will beat them big time.
I mean, so you think that you're not going to a runoff? Because when I spoke with Edwin Snow was saying that possibly.
So
you know, Snow is the head of the.
Snow is still chilling all that. Yeah, VIP protection, everything there. The man, the game.
When is the election, sir?
I mean, Lofa won't go start.
It's on Saturday.
No, Ben. It's okay.
I said, Tommy talking about a country that will not change. So you better come.
But here's my thing, though, Ben.
We'll change, Ben.
One thing that I continue to hear, and I just heard from my brother Abu, continuously is this lazy argument that was preferred by folks who feel like they shouldn't have to work to get what they deserve. The likes of my brother Pewee talking about Mr. Alexander Cummings is not marketable. If you're to look
in the global community today. All right, not a single person. Not a single person.
But you're not coming near data. You're
Who actually? Hold on one second. Let me tell you something. Peewee, let me tell you something. Peewee, you may not have said it today, but you said it before.
You are buttressing Abu.
I didn't say he's not
You said it right.
No,
I said he's not likable. And then you buttress Abu today. But let me add to it, right? Let me add to it. The fact that you have this mindset when you see a quality candidate, and it's simply based on your inability to contribute to
you conflict that today be a you conflict that you somebody black guy
oh now you want to run around talking about this black guy thing? No, see Peewee, here's the thing, right? Peewee, here's the thing. A lot of people like Liberian and out of us. Peewee, here's my thing, right? When you make these statements about a candidate who is not marketable, it literally just diminishes.
I didn't say it.
You made that statement before. It may not have been said today, but you made that statement, and I want us to get rid of it. That's the reason why I came on today, because I want us to get rid of that mindset. What we deserve today is quality, and we must look for the candidate that presents that quality of transformation. That quality that puts us on the right trajectory to move Liberia forward. Not that candidate that is popular. Not that candidate that is popular. Hold on one second, Abu. Not that candidate that is popular, but brings nothing to the table, nothing substantial that can move the country forward. And that's why we are all here jittery when the name Cummings is mentioned, because you understand his relationship with the international community. You understand his ability to actually transform Liberia based on his leadership ability. He has proven that I can challenge all of you on this platform and any other platform. You are yet to say Mr. Cummings is not competent enough to transform Liberia. Only disagreement with Mr. Cummings. You know your only disagreement, Mr. Cummings. You consistently say he's not marketable, or he is not the candidate, the people. No. What you're running away from is the ideal systemic corrupt practices where people are employed.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead, boss man.
I think Liberia missed out.
Thank you, Ben. We missed out big time. And go ahead. Ask me a question.
Okay. Agree that Cummings brings a new breed of generational leadership to the country. Agree. That's what he said, right?
You asking me as to whether I agree with that?
Yes.
I just told you that of all of the candidates,
yes or no? I want to hear the
of all of the candidates that you present, of course, Mr. Cummings is the most competent of all, and the candidate that could transform Liberia.
If so, why did Mr. Cummings surround himself with all false politicians?
Okay, because like Kehleboe Gongloe said, and something that I beat on him for, and like Mr. Alexander Cummings did when he brought around the Louis Brown and other people, I said that decision in itself actually it showed that we were still being steadier, all right? But this is what. No, hold on one second. Peewee, man, let people talk. Look, be honest with you. This idea here that we can transform Liberia.
Lofa, let me.
I don't know Mr. Cummings' message.
I want to interrupt. No, let me say that.
Nobody's stopping you from coming. Nobody's stopping you from coming.
No, Peewee, you ain't stopping you coming late.
I'm not disagreeing with you. What I'm trying to say is what Abu and then bringing the whole. Look, that argument is weak about Cummings brought old politicians around him and so and so. Listen, at the end of the day, people are voting for the president. He is the one who is going to be leading. He doesn't. You're not necessarily who you bring around you and all that thing. All that thing I was just. Also, it doesn't matter because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter because at the end of the day, everybody who we have voted for in Liberia have brought people who other people ain't like around him. So why is it gonna be matter with him?
Thank you. Here's one thing that I learned from you during the election, right? when I was going hard at Louis Brown, when I was going hard at Louis Brown, you know what you said? You said, Lofa, let me ask you a question. Is Mr. Cummings going to leave Liberia and go hire people out of Nigeria and other people from other countries to work with? You said you cannot bring people from outside, but your leadership ability will influence their rational decision. Even in my capacity, okay? What I do based on my
look at an example right now.
Thank you.
President Boycott, right?
President Boycott.
You think if Cummings were president, right? Or right, and announce that first of all, I can state emphatically that before Cummings would take the oath of office, he would have declared his assets. Right? This is a man. You think if he got into office after he done that, you think if his ministers don't do it, you think he will go to cabinet meeting and go?
He will flush on yes. What we need to understand. But even in addition to that, right? This is a man.
You had to beat
drum behind a person. Beat drum behind him, and that's why we're telling you the quality of a man is shown. All right, regardless of whether he's in the dark or in the light. I said declaration is a process, but it should not have to take you 2 years to declare.
My argument here, Lofa, and that's why I said to you then, people follow the leader. The leader leads.
Thank you.
It doesn't matter who. But look at, and there were people who were concerned that Prince Johnson was going to have influence on Joe Boycott. You see what Joe Boycott did to Prince Johnson?
Thank you.
And a part of the frustration made today, they're saying, "Oh, that work here."
We should run it. Yeah, like this narrative that this man is not marketable is false. It is created to get our young brothers like Abu and other people in this mindset that we cannot transform Liberia. It's almost like me saying, Abu.
You know, this is the last thing I would say on this. A close friend of mine, he supports the Unity Party, a close small brother of mine. He, Jallah Abu, smart, young, energetic. And he said to me, oh, the other day he posted something about Cummings, and I think he was laughing, putting 1% or something. And I called him, I said to him, I said, you see, this is how y'all can burn your bridges. I said, because do you understand who Alexander Cummings is? Alexander Cummings has the potential and the capacity to change your life just with one phone call. But you sit on Facebook, you denigrate Alexander Cummings for somebody who you probably will never meet in your life, who got a government going on. He didn't even get time for you. He doing what he needs to do. He forming a government. Suppose tomorrow, what happens tomorrow? If you go and you need a scholarship or you need something, or there's something, and Cummings is that person that's supposed to do that recommendation, will you take back your words? A lot, and that's why I said.
I don't support people.
No. That's why I said. That's why you see somebody like that. Our brother called Abu. Abu was one of the young people who he campaigned for his Unity Party. But I never one day saw him denigrating people. I never one day saw him cussing people.
Even insulting people,
insulting people, saying, "Oh, you're not." He respected the fact that people had a decision to make and they made a decision, right? Even though you disagree with it. But these young people, look, this who Alexander Cummings on the board of Clark Atlanta University. And he decided tomorrow, say, I want Abu to come to Clark Atlanta University. Your life changed. Because you know what? The environment that you're going to go into, the people you're going to meet. And many young Liberians don't get that. They don't understand.
Ben, let me just share. Ben, let me share this short story, right? Ben, let me share this short story. Let me share this short story.
Most of the guys that are PvP today, most of them were benefiting from Cummings. Most of them won't call them.
Most of them.
Tomalin, let me share this short story. Let me share this short story, right? Here's a short story. What really actually drew my attention even more? What drew my attention even more? One time, my experience. I traveled to Minnesota one time. One time for one of my consultancy event, right? And I was in the at the airport. We were sitting there. And there was a lady right next to me. We were talking, but I had my phone. Unfortunately, my Bluetooth headphone died. So I put the phone on speaker because I was listening to the all of these things. And guess what? And guess what happened? Guess what happened? You know what happened here?
I better sleep.
This what happened. The lady next to me. We were having this conversation. The lady next to me, they mentioned.
Studying at night.
The lady next to me. The lady next to me, when she heard the name Cummings, then she asked me. The lady, she asked me the question. Yeah, no, she asked me. She said, "Where are you from?" Then I mentioned, I said Liberia, and then we started talking. She said Cummings, and she started talking. Little did I know that this woman worked for Pillsbury, and then she started to say, "Oh yeah," and then she started to talk about Mr. Cummings. This woman was actually, she should have been sitting in first class. Lofa Julius, who can afford first class, she actually asked the person who was next to me to come and said, so we can continue our conversation, okay? Because we were coming to North Carolina. That woman, the thing she said about this man, I was like, hold on. People who are not even in Liberia appreciate this man the way they do, and that's why they often say the Savior is not even appreciating him. That's why the likes of Pewee and other people think he's not marketable. This kind of backwater statements that are being made about people who could sincerely transform Liberia. To hear it from the neo-progressive, those who are supposed to be the true element of actual transformation, and that's the reason why today our country continues to regress as compared to progressing, because we don't actually see quality in people who can sincerely transform our country. Instead of putting ourselves on the right trajectory, you know what we're doing? We are actually putting ourselves on the map to be noted for nothing more than just regression. And it's sad.
Thank you.
It's sad.
Let me say
Pewee, come on, next time when you come on this platform, next time when you come on this platform, instead of you having to talk about who's not marketable, let us focus on who presents the quality. Okay?
Pewee did not say that. I said it.
No, he said it before. And I'll get to you, little brother. Hold on. Wait for your time. I'll get to you.
Yeah, he tried
But when Abu said it, Pewee said, at least that I'm been talking it today.
Thank you.
Thank you. What Pewee said?
No. I said.
Why you running out?
Exactly.
Yes, that's exactly what he said. Abu said he said, hey, thank God, I'm been talking it today.
He did right, and I thought that's the same thing he did the other day, running away from his position.
Somebody is there. Listen to me. Listen, 1 minute. The reason why I said. Now let me say it today. The people, yes.
Wait. You know that Jallah, you know,
I don't see him.
They bought about that one porcupine God. You can't throw him away. You look at it. He said we walk on these cases. And Gina will return to across Africa and tell Aja we are in videos.
And let me say that. Let me say that. Lofa,
I rather want me to watch out there. I swear to God,
everything you say here about what you just said, Lofa. Let me just clarify here tonight and say this. I'm one person that believe, and ever since, and I like the exuberance in your voice. You know, you come into things that we've been doing for more than 2 decades now, right? Studying Liberia.
In Liberia.
That is not justify anything. In Liberia, anywhere.
No. You are confined. You are confined to that low statue, that low geographical location.
But listen now. We in another dispensation, even the bigger dispensation, but we allow our space to operate. Yes, what I will say to you, what I meant by what I said. Okay. And I would hope now this time around you will not conflict or vacillate between different politicians in terms of the support base, and just be
and not strong at all.
And just be focused on who we want to support. In recent years, I always see you lambasting those you supported. You started with Delon. No, we don't do that with politicians. We started the line. I can't remember me say this to you because you have to study who you want to support. Yesterday you are supporting Joseph Boakai. Yesterday you are supporting Comey. This time you supporting the person. The other time you supporting.
Wait. Pewee.
Let him finish. Let you respond, Lofa.
Yeah. You see, in less than one election cycle, you supported more than 3 presidential candidates.
Also very inconsistent. He's consistent and inconsistent.
Very consistent and inconsistent. You don't do this.
All right, Pewee, let me respond.
When they hit the last time about them, Boakai support again.
Yeah, Lofa Julius supported 2017, right? He supported
Lofa supported 2017.
Yeah, I remember.
Thank you. So Pewee,
but then remember when
don't misconstrue. No, hold on 1 second. Pewee, let me make a correction. Let me make this correction here.
No. I want
don't misconstrue because the public is listening.
Let us provide.
Let me finish.
Lofa, let him finish.
Let me finish.
Before you can talk together.
The basic thing I said about Mr. Cummings is that I said Mr. Cummings needed to be more strategic in terms of a campaign methodology. What method are you going to deploy
New progressive view
in our 15th political subdivision of the country?
In the processes.
We are not going to begin the process of just rolling an isolated kind of a campaign in Monrovia environment. You bring in those bourgeois. Those bourgeois. You have those bourgeois around you calling the people starting off a whole day to do the kind of what we call a cosmetic post on social media. That will not go through our political regions. Bring people that are very much accustomed to the politics of the country. That's the reason he brought Louis Brown. I hail him for bringing Louis Brown.
That's why I told Lofa when they were getting
you told me the way. You told me the way.
Sorry, you're right.
You told me the way. Let him let because
you're right.
Louis Brown is not only a kind of an intellectual that I respect, but he understands the politics of the country. He understands that. But if you brought people that are deep, I mean, I don't even want to say anything, man. So that's the only thing I said. The other thing I was saying for him,
so Pewee, let me
be a good president, but he didn't change his method of campaign.
Okay, so see, I'm glad that you accepted what I stated time without number, right?
You didn't say that.
Pewee, hold on 1 second, Pewee. You see, you are not allowing me to talk. That's why I purposely interrupt you so that you can feel a pinch of what you do. But here's the reality, right? You said just recently, and you supported Abu's statement when he said Comey is not marketable. And you said, okay, I'm not the one saying it this time. So you are in support of that statement. When you make a statement such as, okay, he needs to actually structure his campaign system so that it can appeal to the people. I agree with you 125%.
But that's my point.
That is no disagreement with that. Okay. But we must look at the quality of leadership that he presents. Would it benefit all of us? Yes, I agree with that. In closing, the whole claim of me having to support one candidate and then having to walk away. Ben Sanvee, like my young brother Abu said here, 2017, I supported President Boakai in the second round when he met President George Weah because I knew there and then, like I said, these are two individuals here. Again, President Boakai is like they're 5 and 6. So I think he probably possessed a little bit more than what President Weah can bring to the limelight at this point in time. And of course, in 2017, hold on 1 second. In 2017, I supported President Boakai because I thought he would have exhibited the true understanding of leadership because he had been in government. All right. And it was just upon the time that he was leaving, having to have served as a vice president. 2023, I saw that there were so many qualified candidates in the race. It would have been way beyond, okay, what anybody would think to consider a President Boakai or President Weah at the time to serve in that capacity. You had an Alexander Cummings, you had a Kehleboe Gongloe, you had a Clarence Moniba. All of these individuals could have had us in a much more presentable state to put us in that transformative mood so that we are on the right trajectory. Instead, people selected President Boakai. And that's what I'm saying here. So when you run around... Who you support that 2023? 2023, I made the case that all of these people were available, okay? And of course, when you talk about support, hold on now. I support all three of them.
Exactly. We support it.
I support all three of them financially, morally, and in every way. What do you mean? Ben, what do you mean? How do you support?
No, but how did you support three candidates?
My attendance.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Ben, hold on one second. Ben.
Lofa.
Ben, hold on one second.
I'm asking you a question. You will answer it.
Ben, Baba, hold on.
If you had a vote, if you could go, if you were in Liberia to vote,
I would have voted Mr. Cummings.
So then you support Cummings.
I was not in Liberia, so what did I do? I invested my financial support in these candidates the best way that I could. That is what you asked for. You did not ask who did I vote for. See, let us not contradict ourselves here or misconstrue the information. When you say who did you support? Financially, I supported Mr. Cummings. Financially, I supported the Gongloe's camp. But I may not have had opportunity to financially contribute to Congress money back.
Why do you do that? You conflicted.
How you mean conflicted? How you kidding me?
How you support three presidential candidates at the same time?
Are you kidding me?
Ben, how do you support?
That's why I asked you if you had a vote.
Who would you have voted for? Who would you have voted for? I made it clear. I said I would have voted for Mr. I would have voted.
So Cummings was your first choice,
right? Mr. Cummings, my first choice.
Supported Cummings.
No, but I supported.
It's an election.
So Ben, what about the financial contribution? What about the financial contribution that was made?
Lofa, it's an election. You can't support three candidates.
So what do you mean you can't support multiple candidates?
No, you can't. You gotta make a choice.
So the contribution that I made to the campaign for what's it mean? Tier 1, it shouldn't be considered.
No, I'm not discounting that.
That's not a support. That's support. Okay, guys. Ben, that is a form of support. Let us not distort. Let us not distort the information. What you guys, Ben, what you guys believe in? When one speak of support, it should be your decision to either vote that candidate. When you speak of support, whether you make a financial support, that is a form of support. Whether it's a financial contribution or a moral support, you are supporting those candidates.
Lofa, let me say this. Lofa, let me say this to you. You will only be right if you were speaking as a businessman. Then I would probably say, maybe yes, you can support.
I ain't even support. I want to be behind the scene. You got money.
But you can't take a side and be counterintuitive to your own side of your family thinking. You can say,
you don't understand that.
Ben, do you agree with me now that the man you support? I mean, believe that it's not likable.
You can't do that.
Lofa, let me say this. My point.
What is your understanding of support? What is your understanding?
No, you see, Lofa, you're trying to get technical, right?
No, I'm not being technical. What is support?
Wait, this is apples and oranges, right? Me, right?
You are so wrong.
My first choice in the elections in 2023 was Alexander Cummings. Was that the person that I wanted to win the election? Yes. Okay. But I was always clear. I made it very clear that under no circumstance, none whatsoever, if we go to a runoff and Cummings was not in that runoff, I was going to support George Weah. I was very clear.
So that means you supported two candidates. You supported two candidates.
No, I didn't. No, because I won different elections.
Yes.
The first election had 12
so Ben, hold on 1 second. Pewee. So why are you then saying that I supported Black Lives
Matter? Gongloe and Cummings were on the ballot together. Yeah. You can't support two of them together.
Well, but that's what I'm saying.
You got to have said,
however support was made. We are not speaking of who you voted for. We are speaking of support. You're talking about support here. Let us define for ourselves.
You know what you're saying, yeah? You're making it sound like most Democrats, right?
Yeah,
they say, they supported Jill Stein because they didn't let Kamala Harris. But guess what? By supporting Jill Stein, you definitely support Donald Trump.
That is the logic. Again, You can bet, and that's why this is part of the problem. And Pewee mentioned something here.
That's more volume to why Cummings probably didn't even win the election.
No, Pewee, Cummings did not win the election.
What you were doing.
Ben, what Pewee is what Pewee is alluding to here is simple. What Ben is what
you are on my comment. You were the people on the ground. You were telling them.
Okay. So here's the understanding of what again. I hope that I can help Ben.
You guys slip.
Hopefully I can help. Yeah, you know what we'll do. I wanted to get on my show, and then Ben said, "You guys can have me on." But Ben, on a very serious note, though, going forward. Come on, little brother. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about that next time. You go support. You support the real thing.
Call Mr. Comey. I point out Mr. Comey. You guys honor my Comey. And I want to read.
Pewee. Here's my thing, right? Yeah. When we define support, it is not based on your political affiliation. You shouldn't have. Okay, Pewee. Let me ask you, as a political conduit, self-proclaimed, how is it that you can define support? If I made financial support, if I attended a UP event,
I beg you. Let me add one question.
If I attended a UP event,
do you consider yourself a Gongloe supporter, a Cummings supporter, and a Moneybar supporter?
I mean, I've made financial support to all the.
Do you consider yourself? When we ask,
here's the right way. If you really want to get me right, the best way to actually present that question would be, which of these candidates would you prefer? Then I would tell you to serve in that capacity as a president. I would tell you then I prefer an Alexander Cummings because I have reasons. I made it clear before. Times without number.
Lofa, there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with having several choices where you think.
But that's don't tell me this. Tell this to the Ben and
Lofa, but the way you're making it sound, right? Again, like I said, it's different when you support one candidate in the first round and then you support another candidate in the second round. If your original candidate, like for me, I've been by lucky. All my first choice then don't make it to second round. 2017, Bronski make it to second round, right? I support that we are. 2023, Cummings make it a second round. So I support that we are. I've been consistent in my second round vote though. Now I want to be saying me. I can be looking and say, but whether I never supported United Party before. I have never. The only time I supported United Party, in fact, when I even in Liberia, I supported Ellen in her re-election bid. Right? That was the only time.
You see, somebody say here, I brought JMB to power. You see, that's why.
So all I'm saying, Lofa, you gotta say, like you say, Cummings was your first choice. You like Gongloe. You gave him money, right?
Right.
But your choice, if you had a choice on who will lead our country, it will be Alexander Cummings. So you are a Cummings supporter because that has been your first choice. If you do it all over again, that's why I ask you the question. If you went to Liberia and you had a chance to vote,
I would have voted. I would have voted for Mr. Cummings.
That's what I'm saying. You know what you would not have done. So that's what I'm trying to lay the premise. You would not have.
I would not have.
You would not have going to vote for Myean, Cummings, Gongloe. That because I imbalance.
No. Then at this point, I wouldn't have been supported. I would have been voting for.
You that the same thing, Lofa. You supported.
No. That's not what it is. Benjamin, come on, man. Take this thing here, babe. Come on.
No.
Benjamin, Jonah. Stop. Benjamin. Ben, it's like you saying. Benjamin, Jonah. It's like you saying. Benjamin, it's like you saying. Pronunciation of where and where is the same because it is the same in context.
But Lofa, how will you support a candidate if you don't intend to vote for that candidate?
Let me ask you a simple question.
Ben, you just made a case for me. You said there were possibility of going to the second round. When people actually
that is the main reason why you
Benjamin, the logical thinking here is this, because again, it was never about CDC because, again, the rational decision was CDC was in the race. They had the support, they had the votes and everything. So who we needed to actually go against to get out of the race was UP. How can we either get people out of UP camp? Okay, it was the only target here was how do we get Mr. Alexander Cummings to the second round, hopefully face CDC. And that is the reason why.
And by doing that, you Benjamin Jonah. Hold on 1 second, man. Benjamin, hold on. I will not hold on.
All right, I'll put you in the back if you will hold on for a second. Benjamin, hold on 1 second. Let me land. I'll put you in the back. Let me say this.
I beg to leave. Chairman, I better leave.
All right, guys. Tomorrow, hopefully.
Listen.
I'm out there.
How many you supporting? 5?
No, with exception of you, Sylvester. With exception of you, Sylvester, I will support you.
If you want that Cummings to go face, we are in the runoff. You should have given him your all. You should not have given Gongloe some and give Cummings some.
Share your limited resources.
Ben, let me tell you something, right? You were in a political climate where you were fighting almost everything that keeps. So the best way that these things could have been done is to take from their camp and bring into the Cummings camp as much as you could. If you were able to get, Ben,
the only reason you support Gongloe is because you did not trust Cummings. That's the only rationale for which you support Gongloe.
You don't even know what you're talking about. How you gonna say that nonsense on national television?
No, it's true. Because if you trust the Cummings, you put all your resources towards Cummings. Why would you want to share?
Whoever told you that?
And you can love and Lofa, you can like listen. You see Clarence?
Ben, you know what? Here's the thing, right? The part that you guys continue to miss here, and Benjamin, I don't blame you because
you're
again,
talking about support and you're talking about vote.
Thank you. This is where Benjamin again. The fact that you in a novice and wanting to play an understanding.
That's what we're trying to tell you, but that rationale don't really fly.
Crazy.
Okay, so you can say that strategy may not have worked. You can say it's a reality. But what Pewee is trying to just put into this entire process, you even supported DeLon. And I supported DeLon, and that's right. I still support DeLon today.
You supported only DeLon in her election,
but I still support DeLon today. Up until today's day, I criticize DeLon. That's not what you talk about. I supported DeLon, and I support him today, and I'm criticizing him. Is that your logic, Pewee? Is that your logic?
You say you support DeLon. Since the last time you supported DeLon for that election.
What do you mean?
I never heard you in 2023, 2024 say you support DeLon. Something they have seen.
Don't do that. Every day I have criticized. I DeLon.
I never heard you say you.
How you gonna say I never? Ben, I have recording. I will clip the recording.
Find the recording where
I said it time without number.
Even at one point said you regretted supporting the man.
Yes. I want
how you regret supporting him, but you just supporting him.
What do you mean? How do you regret supporting him? Because his action. Okay, I support him. Hey, Ben, I support this man for success. A success story for Liberian. That don't mean because you supported this man, so you cannot criticize him.
No. I don't disagree with you on that.
Exactly. So what is that? So because I supported him, I should shut my mouth.
What I'm saying is, I thought Dylan had lost your support. That's what I thought.
What do you mean?
From the way you have carried yourself over the last couple of years.
Ben, the fight that I don't have to.
Let me ask you: will you support Dylan for his re-election?
Then now you're asking a logical question. Never.
I
will not support Dylan for a second term.
You say you supporting the man.
I'm supporting him for success means a continuation of my support. Look, Benjamin. Ben, I don't want to continue. Ben, I'm not. This is not a dialogue between you and I. Ben, this is not a high blood pressure show. With that between me and you. Let's speak logically. Ben. Right. Ben.
So that Ben can have a pressure show.
Listen.
Yeah.
Oh, Benny, yeah, so what happened? So
Ben. Ben, let me make you to understand something. Ben, let me make you to understand something, right? When you support a candidate,
exactly what happened. Joman Jallah is right.
Yes, that's what happened.
Exactly what happened.
That's what happened.
That's exactly what happened.
You know what? Ben, God punish you. Ben, God punish both of you, man. God, let's get out of here, bro.